all set. It's a chilly ass day today. Yeah, it's a chilly mofo. There we go. Alright, okay. They're cheering in New England, they're crying in Denver. Happy Sunday, everybody. Daniel, Ronnie, how you doing? Welcome in. A dreary, cold, miserable, but dry day here in wine country. Welcome to all of you. Welcome, Sandy. How are you? I always see Sandy at the beginning of the live stream, but I never see her at the end. What the hell happened to that vehicle? Looks like that thing got smashed into. I don't know. Anyway, welcoming everybody. It is time to get a cup of hot coffee. Hang out for a bit. I've got to make some soup tonight. Got to get ready for the week. I know some people are battling terrifically bad conditions in the nation. My heart goes out to you, and stay safe. I hope if you do lose power that you are able to maintain your heat, keep yourselves warm with something to eat. I always say people should have a camp stove, a couple things of propane, little bottles of propane, so you're able to cook, boil water. Just in the event of emergency. Hey Callie Mo, how you doing? It's always a positive thing to be able to sustain yourself off-grid, not indefinitely, but for a period of time. I think it's important. Otherwise, yeah, with snow and ice, it's just kind of dreary out of here. It's not really a bad day, so, you know, what do we got there? Is it, who is that? Is that Judy? I think that's Judy there. I can't really say. Please give a thumbs up if you're just coming in. We had a great stream last night, a lot of fun. Hi Shimei. I've got another crab to cook up tonight, but I got to make some soup up to sustain for the next couple weeks. I got an invite down Thursday to go down to the boss and Janet's for ribs, and I can't really turn that down. Wednesday, they invited me on Wednesday, but Wednesday I got a lot going on. Wednesday already, so Thursday I'll head down there, and then it's not going to be long until we have Super Bowl. Well, 2 weeks after today, we'll have Super Bowl Sunday. Are you allowed to say that on YouTube? Are you allowed to say the word Super Bowl? I remember 10 years ago on YouTube when YouTube cracked down, like the NFL cracked down. You can't say this. You can call it the big game, but the Super Bowl is a trademark thing of the NFL, and if you talk about it, you have to pay. Oh, shit. All right, let's get our coffee here. So welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being along today. I'm in good spirits. I'll be right back. I'm thinking about summer. and you still see a lot of those Toyota Dolphins around. Those things are like indestructible. Like a truck camper, like a Class B. Over here, I'll show you guys what we're doing. Yeah, everything be rocking. How you doing? How you doing? Is that Ponjay? How you doing? We still got miles to go in the scheme of world disorder, which has been a theme I've been talking about for years, and it's really starting to come. There's the that's the Toyota Dolphin right there, and those things go forever. They just never seem to quit. I don't know about you, Ronnie, because of the rust up there in Wisconsin and everything. I don't know what the story is on, you know, if you see a lot of them up there or not. I don't know. Mexican burgers. Everything is going to be rocking this week. I've seen nothing in the last couple years to throw aside my theory that I've had for a long time. I think it's still very operative. It's still in full force. We have a tremendous lot of salt on the roads. Yeah, I know. So I don't know what you see with that rust, but I don't see much that's going to change my opinion. I think the next shoe to drop is interest rates. Between a declining dollar, declining appetite for United States debt securities worldwide, especially due to our recent moves with the European community, we've sort of set ourselves up for a bad situation coming up. That guy put those barrels right back on top of that thing. Even what, it just can't believe a guy's gonna put barrels on that thing. I don't know. Yeah, these are just my like Ronnie, my moderator says, my excellent moderator says, these are just my thoughts. Your mileage will always vary. But by and large, I think I've been correct. And what I've been figuring is coming. So we'll talk a bit about that today. I still didn't get up the video I wanted to get up with some other ideas, but yeah, it's going to be a hard week. It's going to be very hard from now on to find good news going forward here. I love these people put their rotten couches out with the sign that says free. Is it really America? Yeah. But remember, any nation in the history of the world as its first duty wants to survive and ensure its survival. So sometimes you have to go outside of general principles of democracy and other things to make that happen. And certainly we have precedents for that with Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War, with martial law and suspension of habeas corpus and all those kind of things. Necessary when you have an unruly society that's beyond being governed anymore. We got hit with some snow. Yeah, I heard it's not really that much. Like 1 to 3 inches in Maryland or something. I don't know, something. You know, of course, the Weather Channel made it look like it was a snowmageddon here, that people were going to be up to 3 feet of snow and all that crap. I think the cold is really a bigger issue coming up than the snow, because the cold is going to keep the ground cold, frozen. And if you get any kind of thawing, which I doubt you will, you're gonna get frozen at night. Yeah, you guys didn't get any snow. You know, a big snow. We've had there a blizzard of 66, blizzard of 78. I mean, you're talking about big shit. I mean, this stuff is peanuts. Peanuts. It's cold, it's the thing. Oh, this lady's got her shop open over here as if anybody's gonna go in today. Unreal. Well, I've got to make some chicken soup tonight. We had an excellent live stream last night, a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing that crab. We also had a nice walkabout too. How you doing, Deborah? Nice to see you. Looks pretty quiet today. There's some football going on now, so we're going to have a small select crowd in here until about 3 hours from now, and then we'll spike up again after the game. By the way, congratulations to the New England Patriots. Even though the Patriots and the Broncos both played shitty games today, I think you know, the snow was a factor out there. But anybody that thought the Broncos were going to be capable of winning with the backup quarterback today, I think they got a tough lesson in the realities of professional football. There's a reason that a backup is a backup. So to Tara, I'm sorry. It's one of the reasons they call me the Swami, because when it comes to football, I'm usually correct about it. So, yeah, they gave it tough, Dr. Frankenstein, but tough doesn't get you to the Super Bowl. Tough gets you out of a game at the end of it that nobody's ever going to remember. They'll remember the AFC champion, NFC champion, and the Super Bowl champion, but they won't remember the losers in the conference games. So yeah, they did a decent job, but that's a function of how lousy, you know, how easy it is to properly defend. So as I said, the only way that the Broncos are going to win is by defense, and they just about pulled it off by keeping the Patriots very limited today. But their own offensive, besides that first opening drive and touchdown, they were basically impotent through the day. The coach, of course, made a terrible mistake. They're down there on the 6-yard line. They can either kick the ball for a field goal, or they can try to get a first down. And they make a mistake and try to go for the first down, and they get stuffed. That's it. Otherwise, it would have been a 13-13. The 7-minute commercial breaks went shopping. I didn't watch it at all. I just check in and keep up with it. I don't watch TV. But I'll tell you, I still think I know more about it than most people that sit there slobbering over this at every single game of every single week. Sometimes distance away gives you perspective. So please hit the thumbs up button as we're getting underway tonight. I don't have TV, but I do follow football closely, and by and large, I have to say my predictions are pretty much spot on. So, but the fatal mistake teams make is they should always go for the points. Don't try to go for the first down. Go for the points unless it's desperation at the end of the game or something, and you don't want to give the ball back. Yeah, I still like football, but I'm a person that enjoys watching highlights now at the end and just seeing what happened. I'm not going to sit there and sit through a million commercials and a million lousy plays. I just like to get to the highlights, but I'll still put it out there. Whoever won, it doesn't matter. I think the Seahawks are gonna I don't see any way that the Patriots are going to be able to stand up to the Seahawks. A curmudgeon, yeah. I don't know who that is. You're not a curmudgeon. But, both of these teams had good defenses, and there was, today's, people will tell you, oh, the coaches don't really matter in football. Bullshit. The coaches are absolutely critical. You're down there on the 6-yard line. You can either try to go for the first down on 4th and 1, or you can kick the field goal. This guy decides to try to go for it on 4th and 1, gets stuffed, ball's turned over. They never have a chance to kick an easier field goal again. And they just piss it away. I mean, I told you, Kelly, there's no chance. The only way that the Broncos win is if the defense wins it for them. And they often do. They almost did. But that's because the Patriots look like crap on offense, too. So, it's ineptitude. Yeah, I don't like any of the teams, so it doesn't really matter to me. Player factor. The snow, it's an equal. You can cancel it out. It's a common denominator for both teams, Kelly. All right? One day you'll learn. Roosevelt knows, all right? That's why they call me the Swami when it comes to football. I mean, you've got to just lay it out, and you're going to say the chances that the Broncos winning are slim, very slim, because of a backup quarterback. I didn't say, I was just busy today, Kelly. But I don't enjoy being right. I'm just saying it's just, you got a backup quarterback in a big game situation. Okay, it took about one set of downs for the Patriots to figure out how to defend this quarterback, and then it was over. Yes, it comes down to those 3 points. It comes down to what people tell me. Oh, Rosie, you stress coaching too much. Coaching's not important. Bullshit. Coaching is very important. The head coach makes a decision. Do I go for the points or do I go for the first down? Take the damn points, because you don't know what lies ahead with weather, injuries. You got to take it when you can get it. This is what cost Harbaugh his coaching position. Very, very poor decision. So welcome in, everybody. Once again, not to take anything away from the Patriots. Broncos are just a great defense. And it was a tough game. It was a tough game today, but they didn't come out on the losing end of it. Somebody put down $500,000 and took the Broncos +3. And the Broncos had to. Let me see if I got this. He took the Broncos +3, which meant that the Broncos had to lose by more than 3 points. If they lost by less than 3 points, 3 points or less than he would be. So I don't know if he cashed or not. My mind is numb. We used to go for a field goal when they needed a touchdown to tie. Yeah, it's just the way it is. So I think that maybe he cashed the ticket. I don't know, 3. I'm not sure. So, but anyway, it's people are on now to the Rams and the Seahawks game. So we'll see. It's like I said. It's I don't know. I look at the Super Bowl as just a day to party now. That's all. That's all. He would cash with the Broncos +3. He would cash if New England won by fewer than 3 points. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Kelly, who am I to say, honey? Tough field conditions. It wasn't even that cold out there. And, You know, you got to take that. You got to take that pigskin and you got to kick that baby. That's the bottom line. You got to put that mofo through the bars. And as much as you wanted those Broncos to win today, it's just after that first quarter, you know, it was lights out for that quarterback. So you know, but the defense kept them in. They could have won the game. They had two field goals that they kicked and they missed. They would have, if they'd gone for that third one, they might still be playing right now. But that's the way it goes. That's the way. I like it. I like it. So I got some Costco. I bought a Costco chicken. I'm gonna debone that tonight, and I'm gonna make our chicken soup. I forgot to make the pasta. I'm gonna have to make that when I get back. I'm gonna have to cook that up. It's kind of an overcast, miserable day today, but I think we'll be able to do a little bit of walking around. Last night was funny down on the square. We had the preacher and the protester down there going at each other and trying to cancel each other out. Oh, that poor girl. She stood there. I was down there for about an hour. And the weird thing is, she kept holding that bullhorn up to her mouth, even though the battery was dead. She just could not remove that thing from her mouth. So she actually blocked her volume by keeping her up there. But the preacher said that evidently she threw coffee or something, some liquid on the speakers or something like that. This is this is a real part of Northern California here. This protesting culture that's left. It seeped out of UC Berkeley, and you have a lot of people that graduated from Berkeley that live in the area, and they're just very eager to have a chance to grab their protesting New Balance shoes and get out there with their signs. The bullhorn just screams at her. I mean, it just, you know, I would have gone up and said you'd get more volume if you put the dead bullhorn down now, but she might have hit me in the head with that thing. All right. I mean, it's not worth it, right? I don't want to get clubbed in the head. All right, hey, honey, why don't you sit that thing? Who you calling honey, you mother? The preacher's calling it Jezebels and all. It was one of those nights, Dr. Frankenstein, that you kind of live for. But it's very sad in a way that we've reached this point where, you know, from here on out, as we move from winter into eventually spring here, we're going to be ramping up protesting. And protesting to a point is protesting. And then people get frustrated because they're not making headway. They're in terms of governance and changes, they're not making headway. And then they start to turn to violence and things like that to try to press their point. So at that point, you know, it's a tough situation because then you lay yourself open to having your skull split. When you show protest, it angers some. I don't know why. Now, it's not that people get angry. It's just that people are going to take sides when they see the protest. The people that are anti-Trump and anti-immigration control and want open borders and want human beings to be able to freely flow across the border. And then there's the people that think, no, you know, we have to... you know, we have to have law and order. We have to have controlled borders. We can't have shit out of control. And if you're not here legally, hey, you got to go, right? I just hate when people make up things to support their age of war. What usually happens is, Dr. Frankenstein, is what Netanyahu called the deafening silence. If you make a good point, you don't hear. If you say something like our borders were open for, one time we had 300,000 people a month streaming, and there's no answer. There's just silence. You don't hear an answer to that. So the assumption is that they think that it's a good thing that that level of people is streaming into the country every month, and we don't have time to vet people or see where the hell they're going and all that kind of stuff. So that's the two sides. That's the two sides that are at work on that. And then when you try to undo it and put the toothpaste back in the tube, it's a very, very, very difficult. It's a very difficult prospect. Is that the way I would have done it? No. Like I said, the people that are here stay here, get in the country, and just control the borders. Like you say, nobody changes it. Nobody changes political. There's not one person that's ever been in this chat that's ever changed any of their stance on any politics, because they approach every issue from already the point of from the perspective that they're already baked into their position. So you can't. People won't be moved out of that. They will see everything with glasses of blue or glasses of red. That's the difference. I saw 100 people attacking them. Yeah. Well, I'm all for favor of protests and things like that, but there is a point where you have to be able to protect yourself and others. And if you're out there and you're causing mayhem and you're not content to just scream and holler, well, then there could be consequences to that. And not very good consequences to that. So, right? I mean, I'm not out there. I can't second guess anybody. I can't say the way that things should be or not be. I mean, I'm not up there in Minnesota. The dehumanizing occurs on both. Yes, it does on both sides. So I've tried to go beyond that, not Dr. Frankenstein, to see what the consequences are for a society which is beyond healing these days, and what are the ramifications for the future. What does it mean for governance? You've already had some people come out today and say, oh, we're going to pull back on funding for, we're not going to put the continuing resolution through for funding the government. Well, you know what happens in that case? For the sake of making a political point, the country, it becomes progressively harder to run the operations of I wouldn't say I have a positive outlook, but I do have a balanced outlook. I do try to keep a balanced outlook. But you got to remember, I've seen this stuff coming for years, Dr. Frankenstein. I've seen this coming from, the birth of liberalism when I was a kid, to the growth of massive government spending and support. And I knew there would be a day when it would be impossible to continue to fund the level of support of people in this nation. And that's where we are now. Yes, it's in permanent decline, yes. And the trouble is, it's the kind of decline where it all ends very rapidly. It's pushing, and then it reaches a cliff, and you just evolve into anarchy and things like that. Top few people the wealth and power for it to continue. Yeah, you can't pull out of it, Panjay. There's no way that you can pull back on the stick. I mean, you're committed to the ride. You buy the ticket, you take the ride, the whole thing. As for people getting richer, sometimes at great turning points in history, we're unable to properly capture a part of the wealth that's being generated in a normal sense and things. In other words, when the internet came around, Jeff Bezos started in his mother's garage or whatever, and he builds into a, $1 trillion business or whatever. Now, do we punish Jeff Bezos for having a good idea? Well, there's a certain segment of the society that says, yes, we penalize him radically for having a good idea. And we should have the right to determine what assets he can keep and what assets he wouldn't keep. Even though we ourselves really contribute nothing in the way of wealth generation on the scale of a Jeff Bezos, this is what we've decided to do. So you have these forces at work too. Only people wouldn't like Bezos. I'm where we didn't look like doctor. Right, he didn't cause the event. He had a good idea and he benefited from it. Same as Bill Gates got wealthy off of, IBM didn't know the power they had in their own small operating system. Bill Gates came in and immediately saw that this would allow personal computing, small computing by individuals. He's bought IBM's like, we'll sell it to you. We got no use to it. We have all these big mainframe computers. We don't, who's going to want a hokey little computer? It's like a Coleco toy or something on the desk, right? But then you see the whole PC industry took off. Do we penalize Bill Gates? Do we hate him because he accrued massive wealth? Same thing with Jeff Bezos. All these people that NVIDIA, how much wealth NVIDIA's. You have to be very careful. If you start punishing people for being wealthy, for having good ideas, then you really shoot your society in the foot. You really cut off the ability to be creative and to move civilization ahead. It's kind of a sad thing. So what I think is that you need to keep up with stuff like corporate taxes and stuff. And I've said that before, that I think corporations should pay Social Security taxes just if they get treated like a person, like an individual, and they have the right to buy political advertising and have free speech, then they should be they should pay into the Social Security system besides their taxes. So I see things on both sides of it. I really do. But you will, yeah, a lot of people made from publishing. Now it's self-publishing. It's the democratization of publishing. How you doing, Nick? So when the people see those levels of wealth, they see red, because they'll look at the chairman of Starbucks that's making, I don't know, 666 times the pay of a barista. And the baristas will think that's unfair, even though the baristas contributed nothing to the success of the company, except on a level of filling a coffee order. They didn't risk their capital. They don't sit in the board meetings and attempt to steer the company. All they do is they're paid service workers to dish out coffee. And yet they feel that they're entitled to the rewards that accrue to shareholders. And that's something that is a difficult. They don't work 70 hours a week either. Yeah, well, they don't risk their capital. And you could really say, if you were going to be very hardcore, you could say, well, go get another job then if you don't like to pay. Yeah, lots of CEOs do nothing but work. Not all of them. Yeah. Well, they have a lot of responsibility. You look at Jamie Dimon heading up Chase, JP Morgan Chase now, the biggest banking entity in the West, and now he's in the sights of the president for not being able to get credit when he needed it once his legal problems came down. So he's got to now negotiate that way forward. And the president's, another populist idea of let's have 10% cap on credit cards and things. And you know, the pushback from the credit card from the banks is, holy shit, there goes all of our profitability. These banks make a fortune off of credit cards. A fortune. I was I answered the phone because I was dedicated, not because I had to. Well, that's cool. So what I'm saying, if you make, it's like Netanyahu said, you have that deafening silence. If you make good points, Dr. Frankenstein, you don't get a reply. You don't get a reply because people put plugs in their ears. They don't want to hear anything that challenges or contravenes what their own opinions or their own likes and dislikes are. They become steeped in their, they become hardened in their hearts. I guess that's a good way to say it. So you loved what I did. That's cool. So I think that explains a lot of what's going on in the current time, and that division cannot be healed now. And as Jesus and then Abraham Lincoln repeated after, a house divided cannot stand, and it's very true. So the chances of this nation continuing to stand are very slim because whereas the pendulum used to swing a little bit, maybe 10 degrees each way, now we're starting to do this. Now we can see the potential of radicalism out there, and that's just going to throw the pendulum over the top and destroy the whole works. That's it. And then it'll just become, police state just using whatever levers of power. It'll become like Russia in 1917 with the Bolsheviks. That's what it'll be. And then the people will live in misery and then regret what they pissed away. That's one thing you have to agree with, Dr. Frankenstein. We're good at regretting after the fact, right? Not too smart about preventing things to begin with. That's just the nature of the beach. Make sure you're on all messages. Okay, which I wasn't. That's the one thing professors did not know. Yeah, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And it's going to come hard, It's going to come hard. And I think the theory on the current administration side is get the pain in now, get it over with. By the time 10 months go by, nobody will have remembered. Nobody remembers what happened. They talk about, we'll never forget. We'll always remember what happened. They always forget. More authoritarian government, no matter who it is. So I'm fully prepared for that. Right. But what do you think the rest of the world sees now, Dr. Frankenstein? They see a country that looks like it's just looking to be pretty undependable as a place to put your money in. Starts to look a little bit shaky. Yeah, I'm very prepared mentally for it. I'm probably more prepared than anybody in this chat. There's a lot of people here that are going to be absolutely blown away when the shit hits the fan. The world sees a nation ripe for the picking too, yes. Thing is, I don't think people are aware of how rapidly shit comes unhinged at the end. And that's the thing I think that'll shock. But his history teaches us all you have to be is a student of human history and human nature. Put those two together. And you got it perfectly set. I wonder why the rail cops are here. Yeah, mayhem accelerated. How do you see it coming together? I mean, the only positive now is it's not summertime and comfortable, or else you know, everybody and his dog would be out on the streets. I mean, whipped up by Indivisible with emergency protests and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, with their organization, the avowed aim is communism, socialism. So, I mean, if you're for that, go for it. My point on that is that we do have freedom of speech. So, yeah, you know, no problem with that. But understand what you're cheering on. And then when it happens, then it's too late. Then you will see capital investment just dry up, and that'll be it. You look at China, people keep it. What's a good investment? The Chinese yuan is a good investment. They broke 7 to the US dollar, meaning less yuan, more yuan to the US for every, in other words, the currency is strengthening over there. Our currency is weakening right now. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, you live in a world where people's lives are very prescribed by what they see in their home, what they see in their neighborhood, what they see in their store. And they kind of put their heads in the ground and just assume what is will always be. And that's a very dangerous assumption to make these days. You know, when people should be taking steps for things like personal protection, protection of assets, things of that nature. That's very, 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 very critical. But it's not unprecedented. The same thing happened with the Great Flood, right? Everybody was out partying and making merry, and then the next thing you know, there aren't enough logs to float on for 40 days. I think that's one of the problems with you know, I've lived in other places, and you know, I lived overseas for 5 years, and I saw, like in Asia, how tuned in people were to a worldwide perspective on stuff. And in this country, you know, there's no understanding of foreign currencies. There's no understanding, because we've been in a closed system with the US dollar and things. People don't understand anything outside of that realm. Good night, Sandy. You would think with legal pot people would be more. What's up, Duncan? I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, who knows? I mean, I don't smoke pot. I mean, very few people I know smoke pot, but I get you. I get you. How you doing, Duncan? But my point is that that traditional American view of the world puts people in the very worst position in this nation to understand the ramifications of the future, because they don't know anything else that's out there. They don't know precious metals. They don't know what makes precious metals go. They don't know what makes interest rates go up and down, or currencies go up and down. All they know is what the price of eggs is, what a pound of beef is, or chicken, how much their subscription to Netflix is, or Disney channels and all that. And that's the world. I smoke weed. The worst side effect is it destroys motivation. I can't get things done if I smoke pot. How about that? Have you been using the Nissan? I have not, Judith. I'm just going to pretend it's not even there. People have been intentionally, I don't know if they've been intentionally dumbed down, Panjay, or it's never been an issue. You never had to worry about how the United States interacts with the rest of the world financially, trade wise. It never was a concern. What does somebody in Maine care about what the price of wheat is in the world, right? The people that are in other nations, they know damn well what they always keep a weather eye on things, right? They know, they're more prepared. You go to places like Hong Kong and China, they have multi-currency accounts, right? They can easily just push a button on their phone and have their have X dollars converted into do you have a video on Bohemian Grove being so close? I want to tell you something about Bohemian Grove, Judith, believe it or not. My daughters worked at Bohemian Grove for summer. They said when the place was on full swing, they said it was the most boring place that they had ever worked. They signed non-disclosure agreements and things, and it's all that they could really say, but they just laughed when I would talk about, oh, it's supposed to be a hotbed of the New World Order and people coming together, and she just, they just laughed. The truck looks like a professional crabbing operation. It's so mundane. When I first moved to this area, there was a protester called Mary Moore, and she had a group of people that was outside the gate of Bohemian Grove for like a year or something out there. And it's like nothing ever happened, right? She'd be on the local radio station being interviewed. Well, what do you think, Mary? Oh, it's awful what goes, and we're going to figure out what goes on here at Bohemian Grove. What's up, Aussie? Trying to get drunk and arrested. What's going on? And everybody would be slobbering, and all of a sudden this myth of Bohemian Grove, and they never even had to put cops around it before. It was unnecessary because people were more in their proper state of mind back then. But because of social media, the beginning of social media, and the beginning of fake news and things like that, all of a sudden you could spread this idea of these terrible men were getting together and deciding the fate of the world. Yeah, powerful people meeting up. It's like, how much information do you think that they're going to share with each other, right? You think Jamie Dimon's going to share the keys to the kingdom to? I mean, it's so every time when they hear my daughters worked at Bohemian Grove, everybody's, oh wow, man, you must have heard some really wild stuff there. It's like it's the most boring group of guys you'd ever want to see. The most boring group of people you would ever want to see in your life. But they built that up, Judith. They built that up like it was something conspiratorial. Yeah, the powerful people of the world convene at the Clown Motel. Exactly. It was built up as if something big was going on. Jack Black says, I saw $5,000 announced for gold. When will it stop? When will it stop? You know what? You know what I say to you, Jack? This whole rise that I've seen coming, I've been riding, I have people, it's become the #1 greatest investment of the last, particularly silver, of the last 20 years or so. It's jumped to #1 by far. But you know what, Jack? We don't even know why there is a mad scramble for gold and silver. We don't even know yet what it is. And because we don't know, we haven't had that aha moment. We haven't had that moment where everybody in the news says, oh shit, this explains it. This is why. Yeah, they've now come out with an alternative currency that's gold backed or something. We don't even have that. Therefore, Jack, this move can go unimpeded. There's no the big hitters that are in there buying it hand over fist. They're not telling people what they're doing. When the time comes and they want to unload, then they'll tell you. Oh, then they'll spread their story, take advantage of the liquidity to unload their positions and leave it on you. So how far is it going to go? I have no idea. The only thing I know is it's underway and it's powerful. It's the most powerful move I've ever seen in my lifetime. Okay? And that's saying something because Rosie ain't no spring chicken. Let's see, we got Ilva here. My poodle chewed the plug off my grandfather's clock. Who can fix it? My son wants it. Well, can't he put a plug on the end of a wire? Yeah, it's crazy to think about that, isn't it? That's what I'm saying, Jack. We don't even know what's causing this, and you have people sitting around like watching football and diddling themselves and everything with no concept of this enormous, this enormous bomb somewhere set to go off somewhere out there. Well, it's a plug, right, Ilva? I mean, you just carefully handle it, cut it off where it got chewed on, and put a new plug on the end of it. Where did you get IRL? Or are you naturally critical? Oh, I majored in philosophy and political science. Philosophy was tremendous, and then I took a master's in business administration. Back in the early 80s, nobody got an MBA back. It was a rare thing back then. So I got a solid education. It wasn't this watered down crap that passes for business school today. You had to really go. So I was able to start my own business, sell it, go overseas, work for 5 years. There are locations with gold, but it has not been commercially viable. But it probably goes up. John, it should change in theory. But look at the headwinds. Look at the headwinds that you have against you. You have environmental nuts that you have all these. I lived in Hong Kong. I spent a lot of time in Shanghai, Beijing, Chengdu, out that way. You have these people like Greta Thunberg that will throw themselves in the front of a front loader. Right, we're going to mine for gold. Everybody's hair stands on that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're going to be leaching it with cyanide. What? Hey, Angus. What? No, dude. No. We're done with mining in this world. There ain't no way. There's no way. No. So having it and getting it out of the ground are two different things. And if it's used as the base of a future monetary system, there's not enough in gold in the world. It can come out of the ground. It can properly flood that out. Okay. Off-world mining is, yeah. So, people are all environmentally conscious. Hello, Amanda Hogginkiss. So you can have all the gold in the world. I can have 1 billion barrels of oil below the Rancho, but I can't get them out. There's no way. There's no way that you can get them out of the ground. So, yeah, I don't know, Elmer, what that means. Zero. Oh, you don't have any silver and gold. Okay. You do have your euros. Off-world makes no sense now, but Well, I'm saying it will make it. There'll be somebody to try to make it happen, but that assumes that they're not going to be called robber barons and this and that. And you're not going to have a tremendous number of people out there with signs, don't do our gold, don't take our resources or whatever. This is not the 1880s. All right? This is not the time of John D. Rockefeller and Frick and Charles Schwab and all these people, all the robber baron Carnegies and stuff that you can do what the hell you want to do. Man, you have to answer to a lot of people. More to collect Mardi Gras doubloons. So what you see above ground is what you get. I mean, they're working night and day at it, Homestake and Newmont and those places, but the demand so far outstrips the supply right now. How you doing, Ma Rich? You know, and that serves as a tremendous klaxon, a tremendous warning bell, a tremendous siren that something is terribly wrong with the world order right now. Terribly wrong. It's not natural. It's unprecedented in modern history. And the only thing we're missing is Corky. That's it. I don't know what Elmer's on about, our East German connection down there. So happy Sunday, everybody. Good to see you. Man, that dog's like the size of an elephant or something. That's what I'm saying. It's unprecedented. So when it finally sweeps in and we have the news of why it's doing that, then at that point you can safely be a seller at that point, because the great handoff will take place from the informed to the uninformed will take place. They'll read the news stories. This is going to $10,000 now. That's going to 500, and they'll be in there. So they'll be flooding the coin shops and shit, and the smart people will be happily selling it to them. Do you grow enough food on the Rancho to be able to survive? I don't know if you can live on an orange marlin and black walnuts. I don't know. Yeah, but they're gradually, people are selling it, people are buying it. It's a pretty fixed supply above the surface of the earth. No, I don't. You know what, Judith? I'm ready to punch my ticket. I don't feel inclined. I don't feel inclined to want to stick around that long in a world where I've got to go out there and be I got to reenact the Dark Ages in 1282 AD or something, and out there scratching a living on right. Looking at the cats like which one of you is on the menu tonight? Silver dollar melt value. Yeah, you have 0.72 ounces of silver per silver dollar. I found the urban foraging vlogs exceeding. Well, there's a lot of stuff out here. And of course, a lot of people wouldn't know they wouldn't know where to begin doing that. But there's no way, Judith, that a population can sustain itself when foodstuffs are run dry and surpluses disappear and all of that. So it's like right now, people that are heating in the Northeast and through that whole belt of cold and stuff, they've now got megawatt power has gone from like $200 a couple days ago to $1,200 a megawatt now. They have no foreknowledge of that cost increase that's coming, right? Same thing with natural gas is spiking here. So when you see that bill coming in next month and you're shocked and you say, I can't believe what just happened to my energy bill or how much I'm paying, It's unbelievable. Well, you know, it's all supply and demand. Hey, Delbert. Uh, so, you know, it looks like it's going to be cold for the next couple of weeks, and these people that have the heat cranked up to 72, 78 or whatever, whoa, electric heaters and all that, you can imagine what the you know, the PJM interconnect, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland grid there. And they ban fire prices so you can't burn them. Exactly, no. You know, you can't, yeah, because we can have whole cities burned down, but you can't use wood to heat. The data centers are taking lots of energy. Yeah, they're all taking lots of energy. They are. I can burn whatever the hell I want. I can burn as long as I have a hot dog over it. As long as I'm cooking something and that fire was demonstrably used for cooking, it's okay. How far is Demopolis, Alabama from you, Doctor? What's going on, monkey boy? Monkey boy's got his firearms ready to go for the purge. The purge will begin in 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 27 seconds. We are getting ready. Demopolis, about an hour west of Montgomery, about 90 minutes north. So I think Dr. Frankenstein and Judith, that's the thing that concerns me the most is this is the longest I've ever gone in a bull market of any stock, commodity, anything. The most sustained rise without the news of what's going on behind it. Famous in civil rights history. Okay, Selma, Alabama. I heard it's kind of a shithole over there. That's what makes me. That's what kind of freaks me out a little bit, Judith and Dr. Frankenstein. Is we've gone almost 2 years now, and it's still. I was thinking about Demopolis. The yen is high risk right now. Also, yes, the yen, and also that's why I tell people the Chinese yuan is beautiful. The Chinese yuan is now broken 7, strengthening. There will be a day that yuan is 1-to-1 with the U.S. dollar. I don't know if that'll be next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. No, they get lots of government funding, help economy and fight crime, but it just gets wasted. Yeah, you know, people need to understand the petrol. Well, it's petroleum is now taking a backseat. They need to understand the gold dollar. That's what the hell they need to understand. Why is, you know, why is China buying precious metals hand over fist, taking all of their $1 trillion surplus, trading surplus, and sticking it into precious metals? Yes, a real asset is trading for paper, yeah. That's why I've had people come in here. I think Alan Gentry was in, somebody was in here the other. I took all of my, or Cobra John took all of my silver or whatever, turned it in. Might be a little early. How you doing, Alex? Nice to see you. Nothing ever improves in poor towns in Alabama. No, I just, well, Japan's interest rates are, all the countries that are heavily borrowed, the United States, Japan, are heavily indebted, are going to pay a terrific price in terms of interest rates, having trouble funding their debt. Remember, Judith, we used to really enjoy the flow that came out of Japan because people would see our 3% interest rate, and they would be in Japan with their 0.1% interest rate or 0.25%, and they would see our interest rate. They would sell their yen for US dollars, take those US dollars, buy those notes, bills, and then enjoy the interest rate differential, and then still have plenty of room when they had a rising dollar, so they would get more yen when they converted back. Now that's all reversed. Yeah, well, that's another thing too, Judith. It's, we could talk a lot about that, but that pisses some people off in here when you talk about the natural order of things in the world, and it gets people up in their feelers and things. So, do you think the government shutdown is inevitable this Friday? I don't know, Delbert. I'm not sure. Would you trust your van being held in the Bank of China branches in the U.S.? Yes, I would. Yeah. Would you trust you? Yeah, absolutely, I would. I have more faith in China now than I have in the United States as a well-run enterprise. I see where all the money is flowing every single month. It's not flowing here. All I see is I get this word 2 weeks ago that we're going to increase defense military spending 50%. What the hell? Where's that 500 billion going to come from? Yeah, but it's manipulating to keep it unnaturally low. And what does that tell you, Ma Rich? Currency manipulation cannot sustain forever. And if the natural tendency is for the Chinese currency to rise, and it takes manipulation to keep it down, it shows you two things. The natural way it wants to go is up, and the manipulation can't last forever. That's right. So it's an unnatural keeping it low. And as long now as it's a control, the expectation is that more people will be putting their money into yuan. So they know that it's going to be on a naturally strengthening curve. It just becomes more stable looking, more attractive to investors parking their money. Yeah. Yeah, so they have a natural wish to keep that currency artificially depressed. Where would it be if it wasn't depressed? Probably 4 yuan to the dollar instead of 6.98 or whatever. So I had the same thing when I was working in China, and the British were trying to get into the EU monetary system, and they had a deadline. The pound has to be at this level to get in. And the Bank of England was buying the pound like crazy. And Norman, whatever his name was, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, right? And we're sitting there in Asia. We're watching our Bloomberg screens, our Reuters, and we're selling the hell out of the British pound because we know that they're only gonna throw so much capital at this thing for so many days, and then they're gonna throw in the towel. And there it came 2 days later across our screens. The Bank of England said it's not going to attempt to get into the European Union monetary system. Boom, the freaking pound dropped like a rock. We made a fortune. Tons of trading desks made a fortune. We had a holiday declared in the office. There were bonuses paid out. It was a beautiful thing. Yeah, I'm flying United to the East Coast. India got the worst of the British bureaucracy and stuff, and they're still mired in corruption, payoffs. They should be a business powerhouse, and they're not. Please hit the thumbs up button. Nigel Lawson, that was his name, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. England shall no longer try to join the Economic Monetary Union. We will go it alone. Oh, man. So it's the same thing. Yeah, I'm flying at SFO. So it's the same thing with trying to artificially depress the price of a currency. Name a country that isn't corrupt. Yeah, it's a Dreamliner. It's a Dreamliner. The Cadillac of the skies. What's going on, Corky? I got a great deal. I got a super deal. I had 19,000 air miles I was still carrying along. So, yeah, gold and silver soaring. What's up, MR? Now with the U.S. dollar weakening, you have to mentally prepare yourself for a possible tremendous reignition of inflation, and that's something this nation will not be able to sustain. It will be the breaking point of tens of millions of Americans if their rent goes up 30% in a year, 40%. It'll be, it'll be. It includes President Joe just signing demanding Congress move marijuana, and it includes defend the hemp industry. I used to be able to fly from the SFO, but you're taking a shot in the dark with front. Yeah, I don't know. I feel very happy when I'm on United. I know they're the best maintained. United and American are the best maintained fleets in America. So, best pilots. Do. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. Like I told people, this supposed snow and ice Mageddon turned out to be a joke. What's the weed company stocks and ETFs? Well, I mean, if you're not already smoking pot, I mean, am I going to go, yeah, Delta's still solid. Am I going to go grab weed now because it's been put on a schedule, federal Schedule 3? No, I'm not. I think those that are apt to smoke weed are smoking weed now. Those that aren't really don't have any interest in it. Well, I'm not sure if it will or it won't. I'm not sure. Uh, Delta purchase Northwest Airline pot is illegal anyway. Should be treated like liquor. Or do what the Treasury Secretary did when he owned his soybean farm in North Dakota or whatever. Just have somebody else run it. I don't even think the Treasury Secretary could identify what the hell a soybean even looks like. Yeah, but the average person is not in a position to buy land. That's the problem. even being credit worthy enough to purchase land, even if they can find somebody that's willing to carry the paper and stuff. You know, the first thing they're going to ask is, what are you going to do with the land? I don't know. Do you know how to farm it? Do you know what to do with it? I might lease it. Do you know how to lease it to somebody? I don't know. So that's so far beyond the scope of the average person to do that. In my opinion, that takes some doing. And grow peanuts, which is great for the soil. One does cotton. Well, it's just like people are older in here. They don't want to be, they want life to be simple. I've had a lot of people, thankfully, have purchased a lot of precious metals over the last 2 years. I'm very happy about that. They're really in a beautiful position now. They do sleep with that feeling of comfort and protection that they have something. But being able to buy lands and, there's so many swindlers out there. You see these people like in the RV community that went out, they buy these pieces of Arizona land, and they just think that they have a piece of paradise out there, and they have to bring in their water. They have to get their sewage pumped out. There's no electricity. It's $10,000 a mile to bring power in, and it's just like, no, they buy Arizona wasteland. Did the people in the office, they're ringing a bell because somebody bought 10 acres of it or something. Ding, ding, ding. How long are they going to be able to sustain? It's not just living on the land. It's being able to maintain yourself on the land in an economical fashion. They're not thinking about, what if I have a health situation? And I have to be hospitalized, and I don't have health insurance or whatever. Buy that for Detroit for content, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should join up with Eric the Dreamer again. Well, they tore his house down, I guess. He had a house that the neighbors burned it. I guess they thought he was doing witchcraft or something with his goat. I don't know. Was that right, Shemaid? I don't know. But you know, the Arizona land is not arable. It's not sustainable in the long run. But yet it's like buying land up in the Mojave Desert. It ain't never going to change up there. It ain't never going to change. 100 years from now, it's going to look the same damn way up there. The only difference is you'll be gone. All of those structures and stuff you built will be just little sticks in the ground by that point. I mean, people have to be realistic in life, and I noticed that a lot of realism, has just disappeared. A lot of that. You know, it's either, I don't know. Soon you'll be able to buy a casino in Vegas for $10,000. Well, that's Corky. Let's face it. If I'm in, many people fleeing the city or buying land. Well, if you got money, that's good. But the average person doesn't have money to be able to do that stuff. But Corky, as far as Vegas goes, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, if I'm a casino boss, I'm the mayor of Las Vegas, Shelley Berkeley, the chairman of MGM, the chairman of Wynn, the chairman of Resorts International in Malaysia, the chairman of Boyd Gaming. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little bit nervous now. I'm looking around and I'm thinking, you know, there's something going on. I mean, I got spooked when we walked around the Fontainebleau and we walked around Resort World. All I could think to myself when I cruised through with those places was, when is the bankruptcy coming down? You know, there's no way either of these places will ever make $1. Ever. And then I see the Hard Rock going up, and yeah, it's going to be good the first year, right? A lot of people are going to, oh, I want to be at the top of the guitar, you know, I want to be up there. But that brings another 1,000 rooms or something onto the, just, you know, you continue. It's like issuing new stock, issuing new shares. You're just watering it down. People aren't fleeing mania. It's home to many large companies like Target. Yeah, it's also home to a lot of very important mills. Most of our grain is milled in Minnesota. General Mills, General Foods, Pillsbury. You've got Archer Daniel Midlands. You've got ConAgra. You've got what's the really private one? What's the big? Cargill. Online gambling is taking over the old brick and mortars, going away like Sears and many malls. Yeah. Well, people still want. They're doing less gambling than you think, Ma Rich. It seems more people are going for entertainment than for gambling now. And it just reached a point where it was kind of untenable. It was just too expensive, right? It just, you know, those stories of the $11 bottles of water. I mean, what casino boss in their right mind, except a greedy one, is going to sit there and say, yeah, I'm going to okay that price for the water? I mean, it's like, okay, you got greedy? Yeah, pro sport, any place that gambling is being done, they're to decimate basketball and NCAA basketball, all that shit. You know, the NFL should be worried. It's so easy to buy people off and throw games and things. You have to assume that people are going to throw them. As soon as you had sports gambling get big and start to go to phones and stuff like that, yeah, you know, some smart insiders, some big hitters were going to be out there. You know, how can we mess with this? How can we mess with this? Yeah, all of them are gonna. Corruption is natural human nature, Ma Rich. So of course it entangles itself in baseball, football, basketball, hockey. It's easy. I'm always surprised when something isn't, isn't manipulated. I mean, it hasn't quite reached football. All it takes is one or two people, the love of money, yes. Yeah, and then the people, Mazuma. Then the people get the Mazuma and they're still miserable. Mazuma. It's like at the jewelry district in New York when they finish the deal and they're haggling over the watch at the end of it. Mazal, and they shake hands. Mazal, we got a deal. I love that. Well, Corky, Ma Rich, you know, what serves me in good stead is that I'm a keen understander of human nature being naturally corrupt. So I don't have any illusions about people in betting, in football, in stocks, commodities, politics, religion, anything. I had a new neighbor who came from the city, but he has a skill. He welds. He will have no problem making a living here. He will have no problem making a living as long as interest rates stay low. And I'm afraid, as the great Jeremy Irons says in the movie Margin Call, Mr. Sullivan, I hear nothing. That's going to be the next shoe to fall is interest rates. Couldn't believe the mob families were working the NBA. Oh, hey, Aaron, I'm just not surprised. It's like an irresistible. If you can crack that nut, you can get one person to kind of throw a game. Oh shit! The ball flew out of my hand. Sorry. You know. Sometimes it's hard to detect cheating, right? A drop ball, a missed shot. It so lends itself to corruption because there's a great deal of money changing hands. Yeah, intentionally not taking rebounds. Exactly, Aaron. I mean, you're spot on. Now, does that get better over time or does it get worse? Of course, it gets worse over time. As gambling grows as a phenomenon, as gambling grows to higher and higher levels, as state governments in their desperation start to turn to gambling as ways to make state revenue, it becomes downright irresistible. It just becomes expected. People think they're going to dismantle the mob. Not so. People holding only dollar will lose it. Also, will say, we didn't get gold. So. Well, MR, I don't know if it'll lose. Every trend always begins slowly. In other words, you throw a pebble into a pond, and the ripple is very small the first wave, but over time it spreads out to be over the whole lake or pond or whatever. It's like you have an inner core of people that have put two and two together. The math is mathing. They're looking at the world today. They're looking at what the U.S. has borrowed, needs to borrow. They're looking at the international geopolitical situation. They're looking at what the U.S. produces, what the U.S. consumes. And there's this imbalance that just every month sucks more and more money out of the American system, and it puts it into other systems around the world. And right now, the biggest magnet for that money has been in China. Now, traditionally, China would turn around and, just save that money, possibly invest it. Now, their number one thing is to take that money now and convert it into gold and silver, into precious metals. They don't want to be the ones left holding the bag with, $1 trillion or $2 trillion or $5 trillion of US dollars. They don't want to take that chance. Well, they're a pretty big nation. They've taken their best guess at what the future looks like. How you doing in his service? Nice to see you. They've made their judgment about the future, right? They have decided that they're not going to be purchasing, U.S. debt. Japan is now being pushed out of the U.S. debt equation because their own interest rates are going high. Their own economy is now threatened with higher interest rates. That knock-on effect increases the propensity, the tendency of our interest rates to now rise. Not go down as people expect, but rise. So that little ripple of people understanding what's going on in the world, you have the people at the very edge of the pond that are the last to know, and they're the greatest quantity, the greatest amount on the outside of the circle, right? They're the least informed about what's going on. So, of course, under, survival of the fittest and stuff like that, I hate to say it, but the dumbest people are always, the uncaring, they're always the last to know. And they're the worst position for what, for what comes down the pike. But that's throughout history. It's been that way. Yeah, Japan is the new thing that came into the equation that just tipped the whole thing over, because between the United States and Japan, you have tremendous amounts of debt that have to be serviced. Tremendous. Japan has a declining population, right? I mean, they're nowhere in the AI situation. Gives you the gold will be worthless and thrown into the streets. Well, it ain't worthless. That ain't right now. If you hold only, you're a slave to won't survive what's coming. Right now, you can say that they're the people that are sitting in the catbird seat right now. Right. You'd have to say that China has gone to tremendous lengths to position itself with tremendous precious metals holdings. Whether it'll pay off at the very end, who knows? As Lord Maynard Keynes says, in the long run, we're all dead anyway. Right? Very famously quoted, in the end run, we're all dead anyway, so it doesn't really much matter. Throwing worthless gold paper contracts, not physical. There are places in Texas that communes are growing like Mormons. Is it a commune? Do Mormons have communes? I thought that was like the Seventh-day Adventists with David Koresh and all You know, this branch Davidians, this walled offshoot branch of the Seventh-day Adventists. Oh, you gotta feed that girl. Yeah, I'm not sure about communes and things like that. I don't know. I defer to other people. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're enjoying. David Koresh was misunderstood. Then, how I read Ezekiel, the passages indicate the precious metal will not be able to. So I don't think anything at the end will be able to save people. But at the end, who cares? Short Creek, Southern Utah, they are polygamists. I don't know. Not one commune has ever succeeded in the history of the world. I always enjoy your take. I need to go out on my reading glass, put on my reading glass again. Okay, thank you, Amethyst. I'm glad you're enjoying. Go get your glasses. I've listened to Crash Normal Southern preaching. Warren Jeffs was arrested, but is still going. We shall see. Their silver and gold should not be able to deliver them. Well, nothing will deliver people in the end. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's the end times. At that point, nobody's really going to care. They'll have much bigger fish to fry. No, but like now, it was the thing to covet. Well, I mean, I don't know. AI stocks have been the thing to covet. Broadband stocks. What deregulation of long distance? I mean, there's just things that people covet at different times, right? AI. Consolidation of banking and the internet explosion. I mean, what the hell? AI once spoke of them and going, yeah, I'm just saying, but the Bible didn't speak about a lot of things, but people still take it upon themselves to interpret it. The gold and silver are mine, says the Lord. Oh, wow. Worth of silver. Yeah, so did Corky, so did Rankin Bass with their production of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, sung by Burl Ives. Silver and gold, silver and gold. Remember Jaime, the dentist, to be? And the abominable Bumble. Right, Corky? Corky's like, damn, man. They were trying to tell us what to do, and that. Corky's like, oh shit, if we'd only listened to Jaime, the elf, right? And Burl Ives, we could have had all the silver quarters we wanted at face value. But we've had a nation that's had a hatred of silver and gold because silver and gold does not allow the politicians to inflate currencies like they were a natural limiter. Description of what Paul was exposed to, streets of pure golds. A golden sunset, the abominable Bumble. Oh, look, he can put the star on the tree. Ding. Damn, I've always brought a tear to my. I always wanted a little abominable Bumble doll, because it looked cool. Oh, don't you want Rudolph? Rudolph. I don't know. Are you hitting it? What am I going to do with that? What's going on, Kelly? Silver and gold, silver and gold, do 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 do, this silver and gold. Remember Cornelius Klondike? He would stick his pick in the ground and taste the end of it. All right, Kelly, the Rams are winning 13-10. Well, you know what, Kelly? Maybe them Rams are gone to the Super Bowl. Maybe so. They got a big time quarterback in there. Shouldn't have changed out on those fillings. Yeah. Ooh, look at what the Bumble can do. Ding. That was the coolest character in the whole show. Ma has something against God's money. She must not have any. Oh, I don't know. No, Ma Rich is very smart. Ma Rich is Ma Rich is a very big time investor. And I enjoy Ma Rich being here. Sometimes we don't see eye to eye, but I enjoy Ma Rich's ideas in here. Especially like I think we're at a big inflection and turning point here where, in 1980, when I started following stocks, the PE ratio was 6. Nobody wanted, you couldn't even give them away. Now everybody's so in love with their, that the PE ratio is some, it's like 3 times that now. Marriage was the one who donated on New Year's Eve. Very kind. Yeah, Ma Rich has been tremendous. I'm very appreciative of Ma Rich. Ma Rich is bullish on America. Land, AI, all of that stuff. Thinks it's gonna herald. You never know my wealth by the way I dress. That's cool. I mean, look at me. Somebody came in here and said I'm worth $3 million or something. I was like, how can I tap that? I just don't have a lot of calls on my, my Social Security check every month. So I tend to just spend it. So if I travel, I get cheap hotel, meals, stuff like that. Thank goodness my property taxes are still relatively low, although the state's trying to chip away at Prop 13. So I like to hear MR. I don't see MR around too often, but it's nice. Yeah, Kelly snowed in with 3 inches of snow. How will you survive? Ooh, I can't, man, when people see their energy bill next month, well, inflation's here. No, the demand for electricity is so high right now. How you doing, Desert? What's going on? What's going on? We're competing with football tonight, but we're having a good time. Do 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 do. Maybe you're the guy that's written about Ma Rich in that book called the Millionaire Next Door or something. I'm ready for baseball. Ladies and gentlemen, your Sacramento River Cats. I'm going down to the Boston Janet's for ribs on Thursday. Yeah, nice desert. Yesterday was beautiful. It was 70 degrees. And today we didn't really get the sun out like Rosie. He had 10 million buried out back. I'd love to interview Corky's sister. She'd be like, oh, well, Corky's always been a financial genius. I always listen to what the Corkster says. I love that. So I'm going to be giving up on this truck. I don't know if this thing will ever be, I'm not going to ride around and if the truck gets nipped and the cops are like, oh shit, this thing hasn't been registered since 2021. Yeah, by agreement with state to state, we're going to have to impound this vehicle now. Janet's dog is still doing pretty good. I think its eyesight starting to failing, but they take very good care, Zoe, very good care. Well, not many people listen to me either, Corky, and then I get flooded with emails the last 10 days that, what do I do now? And it's like, wow, I mean, the risk profile just went sky high, and now we're gonna do stuff. Although I do have a very good trade that I think is relatively low risk. I just haven't had a chance to put out the video on it yet. I should do a video recap because more people watch that, compared to over the coming months compared to a live stream. People watch it once and then that's it. I was mentioned by one of my kind of using now that playing Monopoly. Jesus was always the get out of jail most important thing. Yeah. Nobody going to disagree with that. No, I'm not doing commentary tonight because, to be honest with you, Kelly, I just don't care about the playoffs. It's just, if I lived in those cities, then it would be of interest to me. Am I going to be watching the Super Bowl? Yeah, because they're going to feed me. So they're going to sit me in front of a TV and force me to watch Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean, what the hell? I just, I'm actually looking at baseball for the coming year, trying to figure shit out. There's a NASCAR exhibition race in 1 week. And then don't forget to buy the lemon. I don't buy the lemon pie. I make the lemon pie. Bacon and making crab again. I think we're going to have, I thought we were going to have prime rib, but the boss is like, do we really want to fiddle with prime rib during a game? And it's like, no, he's like, no, we want to have some, food we can just have on the plate while we're enjoying the game and stuff. So we're going to have French dip for Super Bowl, which is great. I think Wednesday night, I have to go get my stomach ultrasound on Wednesday. They're going to look at that John Ritter aorta, whatever, that artery that runs across your belly, and make sure it's not going to pop like it did on him. They really go all. I hold them in high regard too. This week we had King of the Hammers, a big off-road racing event here. Cool. What do you mean? So I have to fast? Fast for what, honey? I will definitely enjoy it. Will Bobby going along so he doesn't feel left out? Bobby always gets the invite. You said if I live there is like descending aorta. It's like it's a routine thing that Kaiser wants you to do. Yeah, aortic aneurysm. They always want to look at it. Don't eat or drink anything Wednesday morning, whatever. Go in there, just do the ultrasound and come out. I'm like, okay, Kaiser's very proactive when it comes to health. They send me out the fecal colon test every year. Okay, it's not fun, right? But what the hell, right? If you live there, my friend, support college teams and never went to the school. Is that like a male thing? What, fecal colon? How you doing, Joni? No, it's for all adults. Do you know that among young adults that colon cancer is the number one, rapidly rising is the number one killer? I'm not going to go into the mechanics of it, but they have a very good way of doing it. And what the hell? They're detecting minute levels of blood. So what the hell? Mine is just a routine thing. Oh yes, but here we do. I'm supposed to have had a colonoscopy done too, but I've judged through family history and other things that it's my diet. I don't eat a lot of. Well, I do enjoy a lot of processed meats and things, but at my age, you've got to punch out sometime, right? You got to punch the clock on the way out. I would have a hard time maneuvering over time. It's not a tiny box. You don't do that. You don't do that. That'll just have, I'll just put it that way. You don't maneuver yourself over a box. You're not doing a Cleveland steamer or something. Girls are being checked at 13. Boys start at 40, I think. Right. I mean, you prefer the optic snake? Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not that big a deal. You're in a twilight state. What is that? I don't know. At least people are earning their money doing that, Judith. Yeah, the Santa Rosa steamer. Exactly. The Cleveland steamer. Video cooking biscuits and gravy. Yes. Yeah. Joni, yeah. Joni made a lot of content. I wish she would update about her house and stuff, but I think she got kind of gun shy about doing that, that's her right. Can they send someone out assisting you in collecting the sample? No, I'm pretty versed at doing it myself. It's not that big a deal. They issue you the gloves, the super long Q-tips and things. You're not talking about a big pile there, okay? They're only taking a statistically small sample. I mean, you don't want to be working in a lab a day and day. No, man. Somebody sent a box. I mean, what the hell? Shit. It's not like Judas somebody assisting you in collecting a sperm sample or something, Yeah. A whole box coming in. Yeah. Somebody pinched off a deuce and just sent it. Why is the postage so much on this thing, right? Oh, geez, don't tell me so. Yeah, they did. All right, I'm going to lunch. You guys just call me when it's over. Shit. Shame on you, Corky. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Oh, man. Yeah. So, Yeah, so yeah, I should have had a colonoscopy when I was around 50 or so. It's, I mean, when you start to get my age, even though I look fine, and they don't keep statistics anymore. It's like they don't care what you drink, whatever. It's like you're getting ready to punch your ticket. So who in the hell cares? Enjoy. It's like Cornelius Klondike. Enjoy your life. Stick that pick into as much as you can. They do your PSA too. Eat radio shrimp the day before. So I got to do that on Wednesday. That's one of the routine things. They've been after me for 2 years to do that. I don't know. That's the good thing about Kaiser. They're very proactive about it. If something comes up, like you'll be talking to somebody for a pre-appointment, they'll, the secretary or the medical assistant before the doctor gets on the video call. Oh, I see you haven't done this yet. Is there a problem? Did you not get the kit or whatever? And you're just thinking, oh man, here we go again. Okay, just send the kit. All right. Leftovers. Yeah, I got another crab to eat tonight, and I have to make some. I have to make some chicken soup. I forgot to make the pasta today, so that's the first order of business. Yeah, it's a colon-fecal test. They look at your stool and they detect if there's any blood in it or anything. So I can't have any coffee. I can't have any water on Wednesday morning. Onions and carrots and peanuts. Yeah, that's smart, doctor. If you have land, they always want you to do a colony. If you have hammies. Oh, hemorrhoids, yeah, because they bleed at times, yeah. Or some people have fissures and stuff. Happy dinner time, everybody. Also, some people's diets are just terrible. Yeah, a kernel or two of corn. Don't you know? Man, I just don't like this kind of... This has been the driest January in years, so I'm not really complaining. I look at ahead on the 10-day forecast. There's one day with like one little raindrop, but I doubt if that'll turn into anything. So we could actually get through the month of January without any precipitation whatsoever. It would be tremendous. That would make me so happy. And I'm not being selfish because the reservoirs are all filled to overflowing, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's enough years. That's enough H2O for 4 or 5 years. Tomorrow should be sunny and cold here. Yeah, it's going to be cold for people. That's why I say just be aware if you got electric heat and stuff like that. The prices on that PMJ grid system now are out of sight. They're paying 6 times normal for, they're charging 6 times the normal cost. We be showing the aquariums again. They must have half a dozen. Yeah, I'll be showing all that stuff. Thank you, Ma Rich. Appreciate it. $5 for Ma Rich. It's been a lean month, but I appreciate you, Ma Rich. Thank you. Not Cal. Here's PG and F. They have the PMJ interconnect grid up there that shares power between Pennsylvania, Maryland, New Jersey. So the demand for electricity is skyrocketing up there with the heat. The need for heat, but then the people will be complaining about the cost of it. Yeah, so I'm going down to the Boston Janet's on Thursday for ribs. Just to kind of check in with them a little bit. And then I'll be back like 10 days later for Super Bowl. I did see a U-Haul up here on 4th Street. I wonder if a shop closed out today. A lot of shit. They had a U-Haul truck there for about a half hour when I first went live. I think we're going to walk up there. We're going to walk around and take a look a little bit. Yes. No, I'm not cooking ribs, but I will be eating them, Rich, on Wednesday, on Thursday. I am warm in my camper with my Chinese diesel heater. That's nice. Is Lomita, California near LA? I think so. Do you pull the membrane out of it? No, I don't. I just score the membrane. I just take a knife and score the back of it. It kind of separates itself. It separates itself. Man, those ribs down at Ellis Island and down at Benny's barbecue, they just fall off the ribs. Backed up to the ice storm in Memphis. Yeah, I don't think it's going to affect going west to east. Like where I'm sending Scottish's thing is well west of whatever's going on down there. Except just cold. So they probably use Dallas as a hub. Crab claws look great at the market today. $45 for a handful. Nah, it's too much. Why are you tired, Kelly? You should get your hemoglobin checked. Probably your diet's shitty. So you get to sleep in late tomorrow. You don't have to worry about babysitting the brats. Please hit the thumbs up. We're way behind. That's good for you. I haven't been in a bank since I deposited some cash. I love paying the bills online. if I go shopping and once in a while use a debit card, do you want any cash back? Yeah, I get a little bit of cash back. I can put some money in the church envelope. Otherwise, I don't. I use my credit card for everything. Ooh. I mean, the snow is over there, right? I mean, what the hell? It's like, can't Canadians deal with cold? Oh, no, they ain't never going to the bank. She just busts your balls about that. She might be living hand to mouth and need to get paid cash. May not have a credit card at all. I never even thought of that. May not be able to do that. You know, I always assume everybody has a credit card, but her credit could be depleted. Yeah, there it is. I do not have a credit card, thank you. Like I said, not everybody's credit worthy in the world. There's a lot of people with busted credit, Kelly. Don't feel bad. Can you pee? Yeah, I can. We're going to walk over here and see if a business closed out over here. Let me see. What do we got? Man, I can't believe I've already been live for that amount of time. My bank just changed over their entire system. Guess I'm taking a computer class, you know. Please don't give your camera to the widow. I have a Barclays card. How you like me now? I have a Chase Sapphire. I like to support Jamie Dimon's salary. Oh, I have a lot of people, Kelly, that, you know, too bad. I mean, I pioneered the selfie stick in public years ago, back in 2013. Nicole used to come in and laugh. Oh my God, Rosie, how can you walk around? Aren't you embarrassed with the selfie stick? And the hell no. Trump is suing him. What nonsense. Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, they'll settle out of court. It'll never go into court. At least it's never been knocked. I've had it knocked out. Are you shitting me? I've had my knocked out 2 times. I'm a veteran of assault. You got to be kidding me. I'm taking the lumps. I had a guy last night want to come over. What are you doing? Okay, just go away, dude. Yeah, well, it seems kind of retarded or whatever. Just leave. You just ignore them. Like low lifes. What if people laugh at you holding the stick? You know. People are so used to selfie sticks in this day and age now. I'll give you guff on. Yeah, I've had a lot of people, Ma Rich, have not taken a cotton. At the moment, we have a very, you know, we're gradually decivilizing here, our society. So people are feeling more emboldened to get outside of their own bubble and jump in your grill. Like I said, in a year or two, you're not going to be able to live stream safely the streets. It'll be too dangerous because the people will perceive that there's no control element by police anymore. Nobody's going to come if we just knock the shit out of this guy and stomp the camera. Nobody's going to care. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Aquarius. Are you flying in for the funeral? Queen Nicole, how are you, baby? I haven't seen you in a long time. What's going on? $107.69 going, 5,066 silver. He didn't want a funeral? Well, yeah, I'm like on the opposite end. I told the kids, you guys have had the success in life. I wanted big, big, B-I-G. I want the whole deal. The Patty Hearst pulling up to the church, the pallbearers, the whole shooting match. I wanted all the post reception, the people getting up to the microphone. Oh, I can't believe Rosie's gone. No, it's not a celebration of life. It's just, I don't believe in celebrating life. I don't think that we're entitled to celebrate life, but just to do it up in style. Didn't want to feed it, but my sister and I gave. What is that then? No, Corky. Yeah, I want it big, big. I want like the funeral parlor, the 2 or 3 nights of viewing, the embalming like Lenin with the see-through plexiglass and all that. No, I wouldn't mind somebody. I would hope that Corky or somebody would fly down. I can't do anything in my state because they got me banned. Wow, got you banned from everything. Oh, that's really nice of you, Nicole. I want the real deal. Yeah, the rosary wake, the booze at the after party. Everybody leaves in a good frame of mind. They're like, wow, even Rosie's gone, still knows how to do it up. Wow, that was like the best thing we've been to this year. We're talking about it because unfortunately Aquarius's father just passed away last night, so we were talking about funerals and things like that. Tell him I get you the money for beach condos for a few weeks. Plant a cedar tree or Oklahoma that will provide shade one day and talk to me. That's it. I told him you better not go cheap on me. I want to have 30 days of Gregorian masses afterward. The whole deal. I said if you don't do what I specify, I'm going to come back and haunt the hell out of both of you. Yeah, text to speech $5. Let's give it in. How you doing? How you doing, David? Right, I said I will come back and haunt you all. I said, don't you dare go cheap on me. I stood up for you. That's it. Yours will Macy's. It's going to be big. I'm doing all right, David. Thank you. Yeah, good for you. Evidently, you're one of the few people that moved into the state of California, from what the news tells me. I went on vacation for Christmas. I went to Biloxi and had the best friend. Yeah, what I'm doing now is giving good for you. I'm doing good, babe. Nicole, it's been a long time since I saw you on here. It's nice to see you. I'm sorry, that the sports and shit did Special Olympics and the softball and the sports. I know you like playing that. It's a shame. It's a shame all that stuff started with Carrie Barrett. I guess she feels like she's protecting her kid or something, so. Oh, there's a pink glow in the sky. Anyway, yeah, I got it all specced out with the kids. I make them repeat it back to me. That's it. I want a real throwback. Well, good for you, David. Glad to hear it. It is sunset in Santa Rosa. They're like, I guess you want to be cremated or something like that. Fuck. Where in the hell did you get that idea? Right. Oh, well, everybody's doing it these. You don't think I'm worth the Mazuma? Well, Aquarius, it is what it is. Once they're gone, they're gone. I'm not a sentimental person. I don't look at pictures of, the last pictures I have of my daughters are like 1 year old or something in my wallet. I just, it's just, to me, when you're gone, you're gone. Not like Grandma Walton looking at the picture of Zeb. Oh, Zeb, I miss you so much. Oh, Grandma. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't know if any of these girls. I don't know. They grew up. I don't know. I used to comment on Mary Ellen's. Who was the oldest one, right? She has a YouTube channel, and she used to answer me back all the time. Like the scene in The Big Lebowski when they throw his ashes in the wind. Yeah, some people are gone, but still walking around. That's it, Corky. So I just said, and don't go cheap on me now. All right. And they're like, well, how much do you think that's going to cost? I'm like, are you kidding me? How much did your college education cost? Right. Oh, wow. Okay. Right. Do you send me any money? No, we give you gift cards. Okay, that's good. Disabled bowling is right. Had to come there and wow, this girl just spreads mayhem down there, doesn't she? Wow, my dad's pastor asked for 350 to come speak. Yeah, I think although a lot of people don't understand that today, I think a gratuity is in order. I give the my local priest here, the one in Vegas, a little bit of a stipend on Christmas and one for Easter. But if they were going to do they wouldn't charge. They would just think you had the sense to dish out the dough. The old name will be Corky. Hey, how you doing, Scottish? Corky, we need to think of Corky's. That we've already achieved our $100 silver. We've had Corky the Silver Baron. We've had Corky Thunberg. Who is more topical now, Corky? I don't know. Corky Waltz? I don't know. We've got to think of a new alt name for Corky. I can tell he's getting a little bit. He's getting a little bit tired of the Thunberg. I'm surprised. Greta's not landed in Numchuck, Greenland yet. I'm sticking with Thunberg. I like it. It does get you attention, Corky, especially with your avatar picture, Corky Epstein. People would be people be pissed. Corky Leibowitz Epstein, a hyphenated last name. Well, that's my mother's maiden name and my dad's. So Leibowitz, Horowitz, Thunberg, as in Corky Thatcher. How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Kim? Nice to see you. How you doing, Deja Vu? I'm sure they appreciate you delegating that stipend. Of course. I mean, it was naturally expected. Weddings, funerals, all that. It's extraordinary duty. But you'd never put money in it to come and visit the sick in the hospital or something. No, you wouldn't. When you're administering last rites, and no, it's not a paying proposition. But they do quinceanera masses. Yeah, you pay a little something for that. Baptisms, yeah, the type of thing. It's to be expected. I could never imagine having something. When my daughter got married, the priest got a nice stipend for that. This name started originally as Corky Thatcher. Yeah. I thought it started out Corky, whatever the last name of the people on that show was, with Patty Lupone. I dreamed a dream of day gone by, where life is so real. I dreamed a dream of love. Yeah, Ma, Rich, it's not a good way to approach it. It should be a voluntary thing. Nobody's going to tell you ahead of time, well, this is what the customary fee is. Like, what the hell? I had to train my daughters. If somebody's doing something extraordinary for you, they're coming to bless your house or your hovel or something. Yeah. You offer to take them to lunch, you put a few sunny bucks in their hand or something. I mean, you just don't send them packing. They do in the exorcist of the diocese comes around to get you all cleaned up. Yeah, that could take a year. Yeah, it's hard duty. How is that helping with climate change? Like you did, or they have the chipney? Yeah, when the fundraiser was over, we all ended up, we took Father Creer over to Magnolia for prime rib. You know, just to kind of celebrate as a treat. He never goes anywhere, never does anything. You can save 20 in funeral expense account with interest. Yeah, could you send me how to do that? That's not really good. Well, why would it help my kids yet? What am I going to tap my own money? Where in the hell am I going to? Look at what I'm riding in. I got 150,000 miles on this thing. I got a truck that's not even registered. And the guy left me to take care of his truck, and he knew I couldn't ride it. So you know what? I'm going to put it out on the street, and it ain't going to be up on the sidewalk. So if somebody side swipes that mope, bam, that's it. That's it. You had 4 months, 5 months to get that thing set up. So I'm looking at getting some other wheels, I think. Put you in a crab trap and give you a good throw. That's it. Yeah. I was thinking about maybe going out tomorrow. We have a low tide at like 11:30 a.m. I like to crab into the low tide hour and a half before low and hour and a half afterward. Park the trucks at the park in front of the mailbox. Yeah, well, that's a little hard to do. There's always a car that's smashed up on the street or something. Some dope came in hot, heavy, drunk. How did you feel about the taste of green crab? It was pretty good. I was surprised how good it tasted. And the shell was thin enough, I just crunched that baby up. Yeah, Corky Epstein Musk. Hey, Nancy from Cal Fresh. What did Nancy say? Will you sure look lovely today as usual? Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. Amount is determined by state tax free. Free. I'm not sure. Deja vu. Keep the green. You're not required. You can throw it back if you want, but you're throwing back an invasive species. They prefer either you euthanize it immediately or that you eat it. So I've determined from now on, if the size is decent, I'll eat it. Some days that's all you get. It depends how things are running. We haven't had any rain. So the salinity, I feed them to the seagulls and stuff. We haven't had any rain for weeks, so the salinity should be pretty good. So I'm thinking about doing that tomorrow. But the wind might be up a little bit in the morning, and that's just a miserable place. That's a miserable place to be. Because it causes the current to run. Oh, where do I begin? Do 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 do. Yeah, it's all courtesy to give a stipend or something. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, it's just not like it used to be down here on Sunday nights. Let's get this on. I have a feeling that somebody moved out up here. I think we're gonna go whiz first. I think that's what we're gonna do. Up here. Might just have to go cook. I've been babbling for a while. This is very important to listen to the beginning of the stream. The first hour, we didn't have a lot of people here, but it was important content. Will you be gambling when you're on the East Coast? No. Nope. I really don't have any, the only gambling I'm interested in is tournament poker with a cheap buy-in. It's a good way to polish your skills. Let's see, where in the hell were they moving out of over here? Let's see. Yeah, I don't enjoy gambling anymore because Las Vegas stopped giving you a good shake. Okay, that shop is now closed. Okay, that's what was going on. Thank you, Ma Rich, $5. Ma Rich has been a great support for the month of January. Thank you, Ma Rich. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna go make the soup. Yeah, the fact that silver didn't stop at the 100 level for profit taking, yeah, that kind of tells you all you need to know about how strong the dynamics of this market are. Yeah, but I don't, how far do you want to chase it down? I mean, I don't want to. The problem with that, sometimes you have to invest a lot of time in that, and I'm not willing to sit at the table. The old days, I would go down to San Pablo Casino and get in those tournaments with 500 people. I'd get down to like 50th place. 10 hours later, then somebody would come up and shake your hand. And I was like, really? I had good luck with the tournaments in Petaluma, but there's no card rooms left down there anymore. I liked Omaha, high-low Omaha. It's a little harder for the average person to play. Yeah, Ma Rich is wonderful. Be a lean month without Ma Rich. Corky, I've won tournaments. Yeah, I've won some tournaments before. But my thing is, these days I just don't have the patience to endure and sit there. And then when I get a good table and I'm starting to run to people, then all of a sudden the table would break. Oh, we got to make another table now. People have been knocked out. Shit. Then you have to. It's like you got to start all over again. Oh man. I'm sure if I was living in Vegas, I would be in a lot of tournament poker stuff. And then just gradually, you know, refine the game a little bit. I think you need to be, you need to be really be able to read people, and it's a lot of knowing how to play the person, not the cards. I don't know what that means, Kelly, if it isn't followed by a score or something. It just seems to be a random comment. Yep, the cats are still around. I always, it's good when I travel now because I have a whole support system now, so. You can tell by the size of the cats, they don't miss many meals. Well, most quarterbacks' throws are on point, right? But Kelly, your expectations for a backup quarterback were too high. You know, had Bo Nix been in, it would have been a different outcome today. But that's the breaks, that's football. You know, it's a game of injuries. Everyone has different ways and theories. Well, they certainly know how to feed. They have no problem getting their jowls down on the food. Let's see if anything's going on up here on 4th Street tonight. They have no problem getting their maw on that, their jowls down on all that food. Why do they play them in snow? Can't even see. Because football is football. You get rewarded when you get to the Super Bowl. You play in a comfortable environment. All right? It won't be too comfortable this year because it's in San Francisco and Santa Clara. But it'll be all right. You have to play in the weather conditions that there are. If it's a torrential rain, you play. If it's a blizzard, you play. All right, anybody out here tonight? Let's see. It looks all quiet. I don't see anybody, any screamers tonight. Yeah, freezing rain, everything. The only time they'll clear a field is if there's a thunderstorm or electrical lightning or something. But it's a sport where you play. They could always close the dome on the Seattle Stadium, but they choose to make the Rams miserable. If it's snowing in Seattle, I don't know. Like I say, I don't watch live football, so I don't know. All right, looks pretty quiet up here. Well, it was cold. It was like 41 degrees in Seattle. I don't know. Yeah, you play in any weather condition. That's American football. It's a hard road to the Super Bowl. A hard road. Sometimes they've had 15 below zero in Cincinnati and stuff. The Ice Bowl. Look it up on YouTube. The 1967 game between the Packers and the Cowboys. People's fingers almost fell off. There are websites where you can watch it. Yeah, I know. I don't even care about that. It helps me formulate better opinions about football by staying at a distance. It improves my accuracy tremendously. Just look up Ice Bowl. It was in Cincinnati Bengals, and I don't know who the hell they were playing. And then the 1967 game between, the coldest game ever played was the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't know. And then they had the Ice Bowl between the Packers and the Cowboys. I called it the Witch's Tit Bowl. All right, we got no action here. We're gonna have to get Indivisible out here to get the troops rallied. Yeah, that 67 game was played in Lambeau Field. Lambeau Field, December 14th, 1967. The Dallas Cowboys are in to play the Green Bay Packers. Temperature at game time, 7 degrees below zero. They always say that football is a game to be played by real men. Today we're going to test that theory in Green Bay as the wind is whistling off Lake Michigan. Just ask Ronnie how cold it gets up there. Ronnie will tell you how cold it gets. They have all those great NFL films. That family did a good job all those years. H&K. Mr. Z likes carrying his 1911. It's 45. That's interesting. Beautiful sky out there. Sunset over the Pacific. Snow. People don't even know what the hell snow is out here. You got people never seen a snowflake in their life. They do know cold. It's 49 degrees. That's brutal. Oof. Oh, man. Got going on here. Yeah, I don't think the video quality can be beat. I think it's been pretty amazing. Let's feed the monsters. The monsters. I guess we can leave our, I guess we'll take our coat in. I think we'll leave our sunglasses here. Oh boy. Yeah, it was worth the investment. Yeah, evidently there was quite an improvement in cell phone acquisition over the years. Look at that sunset. Oh, man. We got the monsters. Les monsters. Oh, man. Oh, no. Anybody look like they're starving out there? Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Anybody look thin and on death's door? Magic. Oh, man. Little mother. Oh, a little bit of a breeze tonight. I won't go crabbing if it's windy. That means the currents are ripping along. I don't know. I might go. All right, you pixies. Oh. feast. What a feast. A feast for the beast. 4 roses right now. Yeah, in a second, I'm going to get some pasta going. Let me get some pasta going here. wee. Well. Let's look at this shell. They cleaned this thing out. They picked that baby clean. Hey, June. Oh, they picked that baby clean. All right. Why is everything always colder than a witch's? Okay. Yes. It is time. We got a lot out of that batch before. We got our Costco chicken. They're actually suing Costco. Somebody saying the chickens aren't all natural. They have some kind of crap in them. I don't know. There's always somebody that's mad. There's always somebody that's peeved. Always somebody that's peeved. Okay. Remember, Amanda hugging his, wash your hands before you cook. I don't like the, I have a trace of that gone on it. I don't like that feeling. All right. Lots of snow. How much snow you got, June? How much you got, babe? And talk to me like I'm, like as if you were talking to a child. So we got to field strip this chicken. And what you don't want to do, you don't want to throw away that schmaltz. Okay? That's critical. That schmaltz is all of that concealed fat in the bottom there. Ooh. So what we're going to do, we're going to lift out the bird, and we're going to let all that schmaltz drip down in there. Don't waste that, man. That stuff is solid gold dancers right there. All right. That is the good stuff. I mean, do you have more than 3 feet, June? Less? Less than 3? Now the bird is trussed up. Those boys know how to truss up a bird. That's it. Schmaltz. Schmaltz is like gold. Gold, gold, gold. We're going to flip the bird. Now you know where that expression comes from. We're going to pull our legs off here. Don't be shy. Get your hands right in there on that bird. I mean, is it covered to cars? Now we're going to separate the thigh. Just like that. Get the one on the other side. Just like that. Look at that. I mean, what's hard about that? And then we're going to pull the wing off. Pull the wing off that side. And how nice is that? You have a perfect breast there. We can throw that out for the cats. Let the lads chew on that a bit. Man, how easy was that to dismember that chicken? Huh? Yeah. This is how Jeffrey Dahmer started. That's right. Now the skin is good. Some of those fats are good for you. So we got that baby just basically ready to go. I'm going to crack a beer. We're getting ready to, I got to figure out what pasta I'm going to have here. Oh, the skin is tasty. I mean, how can you see the cars? Or are they buried in snow on your front street? That's what I mean. Delicious. All right, let's see what we're going to use for pasta. I don't like regular. We're going to use the lumaca rigata here. Oh, I love chicken skin. Alright, so we're about ready to finish that. We're going to get our bowl here for our meat. Do you eat the oyster on the back of those chicken, those two small tender things? I do not. I do not. I guess I should, but I don't. I just showed you how to basically field strip a chicken in, what, 10 seconds, 11, 12 seconds? Now we just have to get the meat off. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, 10809. 10809. All right, let's begin to strip our meat off here. And if we have to, we'll save stuff for the cats. Not that they deserve it, mind you. We're about ready to drop our pasta here. Might pull a little more off of that. Damn, I'm getting close to tripling my money. Maybe this week at this rate, yeah. It's crazy, Corky, how much money you've made. That's not really a lot, is it? What else do we got? All right, we got some shells. Put them in with these shells. Let's make sure we don't get the staple in there. You guys like that schmaltz? Look at that schmaltz. That's like gold. I got a few 100 ounces at 18. We're gonna open the shells up too over here. They're about the same size. That should be enough there. Oh, Roosevelt, you are so fine. You are so fine, like Delilah. Oh, Delilah, what am I gonna do? Okay, let's continue to field strip the chicken. I love getting my hands on that chicken. I love that. I just love choking the chicken. Right there. I love that. I even like to throw the skin in there too. It all enhances that flavor profile. Right. Delilah, oh Delilah, what am I going to do? Corky's advice, stay single. Oh shit. We got a little aggressive. We broke that bone off on that wing. Alright. Delicious. Deliscable. You don't want to waste any of the bird. Alright. You don't want to waste any of the bird. It's nuts and nobody can even figure out why it's there yet. My guess is that the Chinese know. And Grandma will be the last to know. Okay, as we continue to field strip the chicken. Yeah, thank you. I've had a few people send me pictures of their glory of their medals and where they bought. That was kind of cool. Thank you, Rosie Moments. Okay, we're doing a good job of field stripping this. If I was outside, we got some more. I'll have to separate this for the cats. I can't give the cats everything here. We're getting that meat off the thigh there. Making sure we have no bone, no cartilage there. What a job here. I could be a chicken stripper. Yes, Roosevelt, with your body you could. All right, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. Do we need to, do we need to cut that a little bit? Yeah, a little bit. But this is country style here. We don't want to overcook the pasta. So we should probably do our first check on that. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Metallic. That's got a way to go. We're going to cut up this thigh. Get this skin off here. Rip that meat off of there. And when we're done this thigh and this wing, we're actually done the hardest part of the whole process here. We don't want to waste any of this goodness while you guys are making a fortune on metals. I'm still plucking chicken here. I don't think I got anything in here. Yeah, I got the piece of cartilage out. Cut that up. Oh, Roosevelt, you were so fine. You were a master chef. Take the wing. This is our last bit, really. There's enough I can pull off for the cats tomorrow. They're cotton. I guess Elmer had to be back at the institution tonight. He's gone. Let's see. That meat off there. Elmer had to be back up at lockup. The Germans run a tight ship over there. All right, how beautiful is that? We're going to take a break after this bit, then all we have to do is the breast. We collected a lot of meat here. Let's wash our hands on this side. Take a break and we're going to check the pasta again. Handling the schmaltz. The schmaltz. Thank you, Mark. I do enjoy cooking. I do enjoy it. All right, let's check the, this should have thawed out now, the schmaltz. There's the rest of the schmaltz in there. Elmer dreams about sausage all the time. Sausage and Fräulein carrying beer steins. Und beer. Und beer. We're going to put our bones in here. Oh, Roosevelt, you field stripped that Costco chicken so fine. And you know what? I didn't have to worry about cooking it and seasoning it and all that crap. Now we're just going to remove the breast meat from one side, like so. There, pull it all off. Nice big chunks. Thou ist a meaty bird. Thou never served so meaty a bird. Thou never bagged a butterball. Okay. Getting all that meat off. Look at that. Roosevelt, you are such a gifted. So gifted in the kitchen. And your hands are clean. Alright, we just got the wishbone there. The wishboner. That fat makes it good. Throw it in there. If you got that schmaltz, throw it on in. Another big chunk there. Look at that. Just take that meat off right there. Right at the bone. Get your dainty little fingers right in there. Right on the bird. And look at that. Field stripped out like a dream. Woo! Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I should have my own cooking show. What I should do, Amanda, hug and kiss? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Using your poor dates for dinner. Getting this all field stripped down. Look at that. Nice, big, delicious chunks. This is the way a soup should be. It's like silver, full-bodied. That's it. Look at all that meat. Look at that, Kelly. You could learn something, honey. Get some domestic skills. You'll get a boyfriend. All right, check and see if the bank's open tomorrow. You better check the website. All right, this is about ready to... Oh, look at that, man. Look at that. Roosevelt, you're a cooking genius. Yes, I am. Look at that, hug and kiss. You tell me you field strip a chicken like that? Look at that. How beautiful is that? All right, that pasta should be ready to drain now. We want that slightly al dente. Let's give that a shot. All right, this should be done. That it is. And it is. We're going to sit that over there. And we're going to put a little bit of oil on the bottom of this. And this is going to keep it from sticking or drying out. We're going to get our big spoon. All right, there we go. Mix that around good. Get that oil on it. Now you want to cover that. Just sit that baby aside. You got it? Have you ever heard of field stripping a weapon? Alright. That was perfect. Look at all that meat. First class meat right there. Delicious. Alright, next thing we gotta do. There we go. Next thing we gotta do, we gotta get our vegetables ready to go. There we go. We got to get our veggies ready to go. What's that thing doing up there? Hold on a minute. All right. There we go. That's good. Look at that schmaltz in there. Isn't that delicious? Alright, into this, we're going to get, we got our onions here, we got our garlic, which should still be okay. Let's see. We got our carrots, make sure that they're okay. Not too full of joy juice. Alright. Let's see what we got in the way of carrots. I think we'll go with this one. This one might be a little old. I don't know. Pardon me. We got our garlic. Ma Rich is wonderful. Wonderful. Extremely thoughtful. Very intelligent too. Alright, here's our garlic. It's just slightly slimy. Not too bad. Crab, we're having crab later tonight. But we got a job to do. Let's get our chef knife here. Let's get this chopped up. This is what you should learn to do, Callie. Instead of ordering food for delivery every night. How do you expect to get a man? Oh, look at that. Oh, Roosevelt, you are so fine. Like a fine wine. You are like a fine wine. You are like a fine wine. Yes, you are. In with the schmaltz. Yes, you are. Alright, that's that. We got that in there. Oh boy. Do that. Baby, open. That. Do you add pasta water to thicken it? I do not. What did you make for dinner tonight, Callie? And don't be not telling the truth. All right? The Lord knows. All right? All right, we're going to get 3 onions out of here. 1, 2, 3. Yes, we do like onions. We ain't boiling nothing. I'll show you. Here's a preview of coming attractions for tonight. Oh yeah. Dun 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 do 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 do. Okay, we have a backup chicken too in there. All right, let's get our onion ready. I don't like this thing, seems like it's kind of dull. Look at that draw technique, hug and kiss. Look at that. Learn something. Yeah, they're good to have. Yeah, I got another chicken in there too. I thought I might have Bobby over and just have a standard chicken dinner. Boy. I mean, how can you beat $4.95? The guy's schlepping chickens in the back there. He's looking at me, I'm looking at him, and he's like, what are you looking at? Well, what are you looking at? Can't the cat look at the queen? Oh, boy. All right. We're going to carefully peel that off. We don't waste any of that red onion goodness. These things ain't cheap. I would like to grow onions, but they have to be, you have to hang them up. You can't eat them while they're hot. You know, they have to cure a bit. All right, that looks pretty good. 2. I'm like, what are you looking at? Some real squirrely looking guy, you know? Oh boy. Soup making time. It's finger licking good. Oh, good. Licking good. La-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo. La-ba-doo-boo-boo. It's finger licking good. Oh, finger. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Coburn, you know I'm a very entertaining person. Does it get any better than that? I don't think so. Oh, Roosevelt, you were so fine. Professionally trained. Yes. Look at that. Other people there, 15, 20 minutes to do a very simple task. You would never survive in a commercial kitchen. You gotta move, baby. Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on grooving. Supernova, how are you? Gotta keep on moving, gotta keep on grooving. Boop, 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 boop. Well, you talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Ooh. It's looking good. Talk about it, talk about it. I was in China for years. I know how to make stuff fast and good. All right, we got our pots. We got our pots. We're gonna have to scrub the floor tomorrow. Let's get these lights out of the way. We got our pasta ready to go. Good. All right. Now, this is important. You need to get a good, even though you got schmaltz down there, you need a good 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Down there, okay? We're gonna put fire in the hole. Come on. There we go. There we go. All right. We got our big spoon. We're gonna delay putting the meat in. We're going to get our white wine vinegar. We're going to be using a little bit of a Chardonnay tonight. We're going to get our salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. We have rice wine vinegar, kikkoman, markuin, marutan. Pardon my butt. We got pepper, so we're not going to really need much salt here, okay? Naomi, you don't know what the hell happens behind that screen, honey. Behind that door. Oh, boy. All right. And we're also going to get our, this stuff is like solid gold dancers, better than bullion here. Okay? This stuff is amazing. It's our ultimate cheat. All right, we're done with this. Got that bag there. Oh, wow, Roosevelt, you are so fine. Crab is my delight. The boss said too much crab. Yeah, I said, I'm from Maryland. I don't know what the word too much means. Oh, that smells good already. Oh, that smells good. Hello. Please hit the thumbs up button. It is appreciated. It's amazing how much you worry about cholesterol. Wow. Yeah, man. You know, Kelly, some people, their stuff is just fine, right? I'm not there eating fast food every day and ice cream. I have a Mediterranean diet. I wouldn't even know the last time you had a carrot. This stuff is like gold, baby. Gold. Oh. That's made from schmaltz. It is so good. What it does is intensify the chicken flavor. Better than bouillon. You can also use Knorr chicken powder. That's another good one to use. They use a lot of Knorr chicken powder in China. They're not so much into the schmaltz. I'm hungry. Don't ever throw out that schmaltz from the chicken. Once you refrigerate it, that firms that up real good. All right, we're sweating the onions, K-N-O-O-R, yes, Knorr chicken powder. Yep. I have the institutional size here. All right. That's the deal. People just don't know how to properly flavor things. You want that chicken flavor to come banging through. Oh man, that smells so good. Here's our, be generous with the pepper. Okay. Oh. We want, pardon my butt. There's the damn ground ginger. When I want it, I can't find it. When I don't want it, that shit's right in front of me. Here's a hint of cayenne. All right. Then we want a couple tablespoons of rice wine vinegar. Oh, oh Lord, that smells so good. Oh man. We're making chicken soup. No, I don't like curry. Now we're going to season the chicken. Oh, look at that. Man. You guys are looking at the dream right there. Right there. Look at that. Big chunks of chicken. Look at that. Can you imagine that in a soup? Campbell's with their weirdo chicken. With their weirdo chicken. Of course the Seahawks won. Everybody wants to see the tired old Rams in the playoffs. All right. Okay. Oh, it feels like it's getting flavored now. All right, now we got the Chardonnay going in. The analysis is over. I already told you who was going to win today, Kelly. Tell me I was wrong. I mean, no offense, you've been following football for a year. I've been following it for 50-some years. Big difference, babe. Big difference. I don't go by the hype. I see a backup quarterback. That's it. That's it. I said the Seahawks were going to win the whole thing. If the Broncos hadn't have lost their quarterback, they would be the one. Well, they lost their quarterback. You picked a backup quarterback. Never take a backup quarterback, especially one that hasn't even played all year. The guy's going to be like a deer in the headlights. What you want to do is learn from the experience. Don't bite it. Learn from it. What's the takeaway? Well, the first takeaway you know is that coaching counts. Coaching matters. Coaching matters. I never said 49ers. I said they have a great defense, but then they got all injured. You have to change up your year. You got to roll with what you got. If you think I'm going to sit here and schlep around and make all this broth from bones, you got another thing coming. No, no celery, Danny. I just don't think celery is flavorful enough. I like to cook fast. I like to do hack job cooking. I can sit here all day sweating over a soup. I get 90% of the flavor with 10% of the effort. If I ever get time one day, we'll do the hack job cooking. Aaron Rodgers is a punk. His head doesn't even properly fit a football helmet, okay? Yes, respect American football. That's it. You respect knowledge, respect analysis. They call me the Swami. Oh, this soup is going to be out of sight. Out of sight. Pretty soon we're going to be able to get our crab going here. All right. I'll be back. I want to take these directly out to the trash can because they take up too much volume. Broncos had plenty of chances to win today. There's no denying that. But the field goal kicker couldn't see straight, so he couldn't kick straight. All right? Oh, Rosie, that's not right. The ball was wet. It was cold. You know, the butterfingers or whatever. All right? I'm reading up football. Oh, that's delicious. Oh, that's delicious. Now remember, we put our pasta in last. After this is already come to a boil, we leave it on the stove tonight with the cover on it. The temperature comes down overnight, and it helps cook the carrots and everything. It makes them soft and delicious. It puffs up the pasta here, and tomorrow you come up, you wake up in the morning, it's still warm, and you put it, at that point, you put it in the refrigerator, your whole pot. Yes, that's coaching, right, Kelly? That's coaching. Always go for the points. That's why Harbaugh's no longer the coach of the Ravens. He always took all these crazy chances. Well, that stuff comes back and bites you in the ass. As you now know. Alright, our crab. Well, I'm in no hurry tonight. I got no place I gotta be. Wednesday's my doctor thing. I wanna live in a hood. I wanna swing from a chandelier, I wanna fly. Oh, Yep, you'll be home for Christmas. I can't wait till Christmas. I'll be home. Hockey is so damn fun to watch live in person. Sorry. I'll be home for Christmas. Ooh, just you wait and see. We'll have snow and mistletoe and stockings hung by the tree. Ooh, ooh, la baby, where the love light shines. I'll be home for Christmas, if only when I scream. Ooh, ooh, mm. Can you smell that schmaltz in there, June? It's like the kid on the Ravens. He kicks the ball right. Okay, it's over, right? That's it. You get a chance to win. Right? That's the way it goes. You get your experience. You learn. You learn how to keep your sack high and tight. What an easy soup to make. You just get that Costco chicken. I don't got time to schlep around with chicken and throwing the carcass in and making the taking the scum off the top of it. Yeah, you want to be high and tight, boy blue, just like the military. They should celebrate, June. Just like I'm sure they're celebrating in Boston tonight. They should celebrate. I'll be home for Christmas. Ooh, I'll be. At least they're not protesting. And always cook your pasta and then add it. Don't add it to the soup. Yeah, I don't got time to be knocking around the kitchen all day. Yes, there's 3 onions in there. Yep. I just worked very fast. Yep, we have 3 glorious onions, 2 pounds of carrots. We could also throw some peas in here. We got peas. I don't know if we got any peas or not. It irritates a man to hug it this. Are you happy? There it is. We put green beans in there. Put anything the hell you want in there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. June, you deserve to celebrate, honey. Your quarterback played like shit today, but he did enough to get the job done. And that's all that counts. Coarse peas make for a delicious soup. You can't be like a deer in the headlights, all right? I mean, my main goal this year is to teach Kelly a lot. Like, she cut over to American football. But you gotta get experience. And you gotta be able to adjust every year. You can't stick with the Chargers when they have that many injuries. And the quarterback doesn't even have time to set up and throw the ball. It's over. You can't back that shit into the championship. You can't say Ebert's going to pull a rabbit out of his ass and suddenly be good. Right? I'm giving that wisdom here. Ask June. Those peas are delightful. We like to have soup that lasts for about 2 weeks here. It makes such a great breakfast. You can make this whole pot for about $6. Now no, I'd have to say 16 bucks for a whole pot. You're gonna get 10 good breakfasts out of this thing. Oh, yep. That's it. It's good to see MR here tonight. MR's been aboard the silver train. Of 1 to 10, how satanic will the Super Bowl? Wow. I don't know. I think if they had to do it all over again up in New York City at Park Avenue where the NFL headquarters is, I don't think that they would have picked the same lineup. But they're trying to appeal to a young audience. Hey, Phantom Planet, how you doing? They're trying to appeal to a young audience to get them. You know, maybe they think, oh, if they watch the halftime show, maybe they'll stick around for the second half and we can get some more fans. There's no business in the history of the world that knows more about marketing than the NFL does. My first kilo was $4.85, now $3,500. Wow, wowee. Look at those chunks of chicken in that soup, man. I mean, are you crapping me? I'll be Phantom Planet. We're all across the board here with our politicians, and everybody's welcome. We respect everybody's opinions in here. Kid Noodle. We're about half and half in here, but we have respect for each other. So that's good that you're, I'm always behind whoever sits in that seat. That's my duty. I use peas with my shepherd pie. You're all right, Phantom. You're all right. We don't boot anybody out for having opinions here. Half the people that come in here feel the same way. All right. I just happen to be an independent. I'm down the middle. So that pisses some people off. But it's the way I roll. I was going to make a lot of different meals. I made chicken. I have another one in the fridge, Judy. And Bobby comes over. Pull it out. Make a potato, some peas. And we're good to go. You guys already had a big treat tonight, all right? Don't be pigs. All right? Yeah, you can't beat a $5 chicken. It's the value leader. The guy that's making the chickens, I ain't gonna lie, he doesn't seem like a really happy guy. But that's because he's always in motion. It's got to be like the worst. Don't you think the weather is to do with the outcome of the game? Of course it had to do. Yeah. Hey, Burning Pumpkin, how are you? June, it had everything to do with it today. But both teams have to play in the same weather, and both of those teams are used to cold weather play. And inclement conditions out there. Right? None of their field goal kickers were worth a shit today. All right? But the problem is that they could have gotten, Broncos left 3 points that they could have gotten in the first quarter. And they chose to try to go for the first down. Never, ever, ever, ever do that. Always go for the points. And that ended up costing them. That absolutely ended up costing them. Right? Did the backup quarterback do well? Yeah, for a quarter he did. What did really well was the Broncos defense. As advertised, they're a great defense, but, you know, they could win the game, but they needed the offense to at least do something. After the quarter, Stickman was done. That was it. Right? They immediately learned how to defense him. And that was all. I'll be home for Christmas. In other words, June, the Broncos coaching cost them today. All right. Very bad decision that people will be talking about in the off season. Okay. Yeah, but you're going to have your work cut out for you with the Seahawks. I haven't made any bones about that. That is a beautifully coached team. Oh, look at that baby. Look at the size of that sucker. I'll be home. Yeah, I remember it was a blizzard, yeah. You know, it's not easy. I mean, it's easy to second guess. They'll be second guessing that coach for the whole off season. You never really know how hard to come by points are going to be in the game. So when you got a chance to take them, take them. None of this 4th down and 1. We're going to go for it. These are bought. They had an excellent deal at Costco. I couldn't refuse. So I bought them. I bought them. All right, we're just about got this up to the boil. Then we're going to add our pasta, stir it in. We're going to push it to the back of the stove and let it sit all night. Yeah, $6.99 a pound. I couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist it. We'll let the cats eat the skull and crossbones. They usually give you one good one and one bad one. These both might be good, I don't know. Sometimes when you got a good deal, you got to take it. Okay. We got some of that head butter there. Cats like that. We'll give them all that good stuff. We won't give them the lungs. Just make sure we got the good stuff to give them. Yeah. They like to chew on that. And we just make sure the lungs are out. What we call in Maryland a dead man. It won't kill you, but you'll wish you hadn't ate it. We're going to throw this away. There. And we're going to take that out to the cats real quick. And let them suck on that a bit. All right. They dig that. Oh yeah. What a gourmet feast. All the money you save by cooking it. Yeah, because they're not good to eat. We call it dead man in Maryland. Okay. That in half. Sure we don't waste any meat there. Then we turn it upside down. And we cut it on the lines. Cantonese style. There it is. It's ready to go. Turn it upside down. You can see the lines. Just like Cantonese style, right there. All right. And there it is. One clean crab. Ready to go. And that's going to be good eating tonight. Just like that was good eating last night. Woo! Woo! All right. We got the crab clean, ready to go. The cats are feasting. They're happy. Yeah, the Goliath pulled out a big piece of brains and is dragging it around out there. A big piece of the brains. All right, now it's time. You want to be very careful when you add in. You don't want to burn yourself. When you add in your pasta, you want to stir that a little bit. You don't want to just drop that right in. All right, you don't want it to splash on you. And guess what? Your chicken soup is ready. with all that delightful pasta in it. Carrots, everything. Oh, 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 Corky. Corky, Corky, my son. Corky, my son. Oh, it is good. The way we do this now is very easy. I don't have garlic. Don't need it every time. You want to just put some oil in there. Get all your good bits in there. Tonight I didn't even crack them. Oh, excuse me. I'm home. All right, we got that in there. It is a beautiful skillet. All right, we're already up to a boil. All right. Okay, what we do now, we put the top on, wherever the hell that is, there it is. And all we have to do is push that to the back of the stove and let it sit all night. That's going to soften the carrots, puff up the pasta, and make everything come together beautifully, just like the way I do beef stew. Make it in the morning, get it up to temperature, cover it, push it to the back of the stove and leave it alone. Don't be one of those people all day long, oh, it's cooking all day in the crock pot. All day. What are the 3 good things that came out of Baltimore? Let's remember, class. Babe Ruth, the Star Spangled Banner, and All Day. Thank you. And Rosie. And nobody knows crabs like I do. Okay, that's seasoned up beautifully in there. We're going to get a little bit of white wine. Oh boy. What the hell did we do with the white wine? Alright, we gotta turn that off a second. What the hell did we do with the white wine? Lava. I guess it disappeared into fat air. Gone. I don't know where in the hell it went. Is it over here? I don't know. Wow, that's weird. It's like it went right off the radar screen. Oh well. Shit disappears here all the time. Alright, let's get our butter out. Damn, that's weird though. Did I put it in the fridge? I don't think so. Oh, no. Where's our butter here? Alright, that's weird. That's weird. Did I take it outside? I don't know. Cats are sucking out the inside of the skull there. Oh, here it is. Alright, it's on the buffet out there. Alright. Let's get that back on. Alright, let's get that back on. Oh, man. How you doing, bowl of sunshine? What's going on? We don't have a lot left. This is going to make a really nice sauce that goes into the meat. Now some people say, oh, you have to refrigerate that soup, you know. No, you don't have to. Nobody in China has a refrigerator. You just cover it, let it sit. Don't remove the cover. It's still about 120 degrees in the morning. And you can serve yourself breakfast and then put it into the fridge. All right, we're finished eating it. There goes the butter in there. That's a crab. Why are you drowning your sorrows? What happened, bowl of sunshine? Are you a Rams fan? Or a Broncos fan? Now we want this to go through a whole reduction here. All right. So we're going to turn the heat up. All right. Yeah, rough finger, that's it. All right, we're going to let that reduce now. We're going to throw a tiny bit of salt. In there, just to let that absorb, not a lot, a little bit. Use tree salt, not the stuff with silica in it. Silica makes glass. I'm a Lions fan. Well, I'm a Ravens fan and I survived it. Please trade Lamar Jackson to the Raiders. I wish. We're going to let that reduce now. And that actually makes good side dipping sauce here, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, this stove. Oh, I love my Fisher Paykel. Oh, it's got a convection oven. I don't have much money, but in 2012, by the time I was done a lot of work in here, I said, if I'm going to have a stove, I'm going to have a restaurant quality stove here. Because as much as I cook, as much as I do cooking, I want a good oven. Getting all that stuff evenly coated there. It's reducing that down now. That's good. That's a beautiful pan. That's a Revere pan right there. Delicious. Yeah, they don't get it done because they don't have a quarterback and they don't have a coach. They got a coach that makes bad decisions. All right, here we go. Let's plate this baby up here. If you're in San Francisco and this is served up to you in the restaurant, woo! With some garlic noodles at the Todd Long restaurant, you are going to love it, my friends. Oh, yeah. All that meat in there. That is it. That's what it's all about. Dungeness crab at its finest, right there. All right, now we're going to do a little cleanup while that's cooling off. Oh, yeah. We're going to do some cleanup here. I'm so glad. At first I didn't like this big cutting board. I thought it was too big. Ooh, don't fall. Thank you. Now I like the size of it. Now I like the size. I don't like to eat when there's cleanup work to be done. What do you have? And I'm having crab right here. Nice crab. Let's try that right now. Oh. Mm. Mm. Man, that sauce is amazing. Oh, that's good. What we're doing now is cleaning up. We've got a very busy night in the kitchen here. We have a rescue pan that we've been doing great with. Our Revere. Our side of the road rescue. If you want to see the restoration video, it's on the other channel. Yeah, thank you, Bowl of Sunshine. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I just like to clean things up a little bit. I'm not a man to hug and kiss. All right. I can't eat when there's a lot of dirty crap around. I run the dishwasher like 3 times a year. When you're just doing for one, there's not a lot of point to it. Plus, Dawn breaks up grease. It takes it out of your way. Or so they say. I'll be home for Christmas. I think Kelly learned a lot this football season. I think she did. Just you wait and see. It's like Lamar. He's never been to the big show, right? You can blame the shitty coaching for that. It's like Glenn Ross said, you're a nice guy, F you. You like to play with, go home and play with your kids, F you. All right, one more pan to do. Those crowds, I do so much walking. I don't know. You don't miss the blue shoes? I don't know. Thank goodness my legs are still fine. You want to keep yourself in good shape, keep moving. You want to look like Opa Lopa? Sit in a chair all day. You know, I might go metal detecting tomorrow. I don't know. We haven't been metal detecting in a while. Oh, I'm lucky I maintained the same shape underneath as I had 3 years ago. Alright, what a beautiful, beautiful, delicious night. Okay. All right, it's time to chow down. I'll be home for Christmas. Just you wait and see. All right. In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we're about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. And may all the souls that have faithfully departed rest in peace, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. All right. Let us commence here to have a go. Yes, walking is very good. When I tell people I haven't had a nap since kindergarten, they don't believe it. They say, you know what? That's not true. Well, it is true. It is. What happened to the... shit, we got a problem now. What happened to the things? What the hell happened to them? Oh, here they are. Our nice rusty roto smashers here. There they are. There they are. All right, we're going to use this for shells. First, we're going to go for some meat right in here. Look at this. As I open that up, big ass chunk of meat. Oh, wow. This is almost as good as being in Vegas. Wow. Corky's like, give thanks for that silver. Savage. The boss is like, you got too much crab. No. No. Impossible. The rust is all right, Corky. It tastes like silver. Oh, that baby came out in one piece. Look at that right there. Oh, yes. The pan was waiting for a good home. Ain't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? I've used worse crackers, Corky. Let me tell you. Like in Maryland, we're savage, brother. We want to get all that meat out of that knuckle. Oh man, that's good. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, for $29, I got 2 crabs, which 2 meals, which is incredible. If I got these at a restaurant, they'd be $75 a pop prepared. And I like the Cantonese style, like in Vegas. It's good. But still, it's $75. June, why would you shovel? Wouldn't your landlord do that? I'd get my landlord off his dead ass. That's a real low-calorie dinner, too. It's the same, Kelly. It's all in the preparation, honey. Yeah, this would have cost. This would have been a $75 dish at the Capital Seafood in Las Vegas. Hell yeah. Right. And I got so much to feast on here. When they tell you go suck a leg, it's like Mark Weem. Except I don't make all the goofy faces. Pretend something is good when it tastes like shit. Man, that leg was a whole chunk of meat. I do it voluntarily. Wow. And this is the guy that wants to raise the rent on you. Wow. Okay. What's wrong with this picture? Here's another one of these nice big chunks of meat. You open up here. There it is. Yeah, I shovel the snow for the landlord and he raises my rent. Wow. I can go out there and put snow back where it was removed. Kelly, I get so much exercise. You ought to take care of a Rancho, honey. Don't worry about me, honey. My body is in fantastic shape. 80, I'll still be rolling along looking good. Oh, what a meal, man. I don't touch cat poop. Oh, damn, that's good. Oh, man. I've had so many fine meals out of this kitchen. Yeah, I save a lot of money. I almost fainted last time I shoveled. Wow. Okay. Well, remind him when it's rent time. The guy has no conscience whatsoever. Yeah, so don't do it. Watch him go out there and keel over. Oh, look at this nice fat leg. Mark Weem, eat your heart out. I think this is the best crab I've had this season. Prepped it. I think this is the best. And the funny thing is, this is very, very low calorie. You probably expend more energy eating crab than you get out of it. Jiffy Pop, the magic treat. As much fun as it is to make as it is to eat. That sauce. You get a snow day. There you go. Shemay will tell you the state of New Jersey is hiring. Plus, Shemay would put in a good word for you. Yeah, there's this kind of weird white boy, but he could be all right for you. Damn, that's good. We can only eat one of those babies. That was a lot of meat on that. You just have to press the crab in the wrapper to make sure it's not soft. All right. Sometimes you get soft ones and there's nothing in it. June, why don't you give me that landlord's number? I'll call him up. Wow. Well, we got the other claw now. One thing you sure as hell don't want to get caught in one of these claws. We pull that real easy, and then look at that, right out. Wow. Good, good, good. Oh, wow. We got a little bit more to go. Man. I'm going to have to scrub the kitchen floor tomorrow. That's what I'm going to have to do. What's going on, Brian? All right, we got last chambers of meat here. Delicious. Who couldn't love the way that was prepared? Look at that big lump meat in the back. June, I'll straighten them out, honey. I'm sad to see that go. Sad to see that go. Wow. That was like the perfect dinner. Like a $14 dinner tonight. How you gonna beat that? I'll take care of the guy. I'll say you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You got this girl out here shoveling your walk. Who are you? That's my sister out there. You don't sound like a foreigner. Yeah, well, don't worry about it. I'm around the corner. If I ever hear she's shoveling snow again, while you're sitting on your ass in there, do I need to finish the sentence? Do I look like I'm joking? Oh, man, your rent. You already raised your rent. Oh, man. Oh, wow. What a feast. He already raised her rent. Guy has no heart at all. Or a woman's out there shoveling snow like something out of a Charles Dickens novel or something. Wow. Corky's like, how's the rust taste? Oh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they say, the soup is made. All good things must come to an end tonight. Thank you for being here while we made a fabulous soup. We hung out for a couple hours. I've been live a pretty long time tonight, but I had a great time. Congratulations to the New England Patriots and congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks. It should be a pretty good Super Bowl. It's a rematch of when the Seahawks could have beaten the Patriots if they had just given the ball to Marshawn Lynch and he would have taken it in, but instead they passed it. It was intercepted, and, well, the Seattle Seahawks gave the New England Patriots a Super Bowl trophy, so I don't know. If you've not hit the thumbs up button, please take a second on your way out to do so. It is very appreciated. I try hard to be entertaining here every night. Do I love it? Absolutely. It was a good night tonight. To my moderators, thank you for everything that you do. Shimei, enjoy your snow day tomorrow. And to Scottish and Ronnie and Seattle, Judy, thank you for everything you do here. For the rest of you, have a great night.